Colleagues, it being 4 o'clock, I'd like to call the third meeting of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee together. And this is a virtual meeting that's being held during the COVID-19 emergency. City Hall is open to the public with reduced capacity and physical distancing requirements. Meetings can be viewed via live streaming on YouTube and the city website. I'd like to share with you that the City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for council standing or advisory committee meetings and information upon request. To make a request for any city service, please contact accessibility@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. And to make a request specific to this meeting, please contact sppc@london.ca. And with that, I'll look for any disclosures of pecuniary interest. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Your Worship. With respect to item 2.1 on the third meeting, the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee, I'm declaring an item potential pecuniary interest as this is discussing implementation of public health measures, and I'm an employee of the Middlesex London Health Unit. I've declared similar conflicts in the past.
All right, so noted. Thank you, Councillor Turner. Any other conflicts? Any other pecuniary interest issues? See none. Colleagues, under our consent agenda, we have 3 items, including a request for delegation under 2.1. And I would like to ask if any of our colleagues wish to have any of these items dealt with separately. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. With regard to the 4 items, the request for delegation status that we have here, it's come to my attention that 2 of these individuals, and that would be Vaughn Sansom and Kristen Nagel, have actually been granted delegation status and have spoken to this committee before on the same item. And so while I respect that the public has opinions on this, I don't see delegations as an opportunity to come back meeting after meeting on the same issue and essentially extend your 5 minutes time by virtue of a serial meeting. So on these 4 items, I'd like to move receipt of the request from Vaughn Sansom and Kristen Nagel and grant the request for delegation by Sylvia Benwies and Andrew Lee.
Councillor, before I look for a seconder for that, I'd like to confirm back with the clerk if in fact we have had representation previously from the 2 parties mentioned by Councillor Lewis. I wonder if I could ask the clerk, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can confirm that those 2 people have spoken at previous meetings on this matter.
And in the same spirit, then, can I ask if the other 2 parties who are looking for delegation status have spoken in front of the committee on this issue previously, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, based on our record, we have not shown them as having spoken previously on this matter.
All right, so with that, there's a motion on the floor moved by Councillor Lewis. Do you have a seconder, Councillor Lewis? Second by Councillors? No, I want to comment. Okay, well, I'll look for a seconder first before we look for commentary. Is there a seconder for Councillor Lewis's motion? Councillor Van Meerbergen. Comments, questions? Councillor Squire.
I understand the point my colleague is trying to make. I think it would depend, from my point of view, on what the delegations are going to suggest. If the delegations are going to say you shouldn't have a bylaw anymore with regard to face coverings, I think the point is well taken, because you'd have a delegation on something that's being moved. And as we have a full report on, although I understand they still may want to speak. But I think if people, for instance, wanted to speak on why we should continue to have a bylaw, and I don't know that, then I would really not want to deprive them of the right to speak on that particular issue. So absent being able to discern that, what they're going to say, I have difficulty in not allowing delegations.
I think the difficulty is we've got formal requests, just colleagues to speak, but we don't have any details of their position. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Keabaga, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to also make the comment that I'm hesitant to not allow people to speak, regardless of what the comments are going to be. I think that we have this portion of our meeting to allow the public, the members of the public to speak to us. If they are not here to insult anybody or to make any threats, I think that we should allow them to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would assume that all delegations are at City Hall at this moment and are prepared to speak. And therefore, if that is the case, I do not want to discriminate in any shape or form against what people are going to say or presume what they're going to say. And I am willing to hear their request.
I think it's a fair question. Perhaps we're going to ask the clerk if that has any bearing on anyone's position with respect to the motion, and that is, do we know who is in attendance in the committee rooms and who is going to be calling in online? Clerk, I'll look to you for that, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have one individual in the committee room. Mr. Schultz has just gone to check to see the name of that individual. We have no one on the phone related to this matter.
Do you want to finish any other thoughts on that? I certainly wouldn't cut you off, Councillor Hopkins, but I know that that was going to be part of your consideration. So any other thoughts?
Yeah, thank you for that. It's always nice to know who is willing to speak, but I am open to hearing all the delegation requests.
Thank you. I understand that we have Mr. Andrew Lee, who is in our committee room for that purpose. Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you. So I'm also hesitant to be vetting community members. I don't know that we've done that before, so that makes me uncomfortable.
So noted, and I appreciate colleagues keeping their comments tight. I have Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. In the spirit of expediency, hearing council's concerns, I'll withdraw my motion. I certainly hope, though, that those who are here to speak will be speaking if they're returning with new information and not repeating what we've heard in their previous delegation.
So noted. What it means then is that we will still require a motion to receive these delegations. Is there a mover, please? Clerk? I'd like to ask if the seconder is prepared to withdraw the seconding of that motion. Councillor Van Rivering?
Yes, I am.
So we're dutifully done that way. We'll still now require a motion to receive these delegations. Is there a mover? Councillor Pelosa, seconded by Councillor Van Meerbergen. Thank you very much. We'll call the question.
Councillor Kayavaga. Oh. Closing the vote, the motion's passed 13 with 1 recused.
Thank you.
Oh,
Maybe,
Your worship, I'm sorry if I can point out, there seems when the panel came up to vote, the buttons weren't on there for myself. So
so we'll see how we can do. How are you voting then, Councillor Van Holst?
that was, and I'm sorry, that was to receive the delegations.
That's correct. To
Yes, I
provide
voted.
delegate status for the four parties whose names have been mentioned in our agenda.
Yes, thank you. That was, I would vote positive, but I'm just concerned for the rest of the meeting. I may have to vote by telling you my vote. So.
Well, as need be, we'll see how that turns. You should be fine. The clerks advise me and they're never wrong, so that's always helpful. So with that, clerk, we've got Councillor Van Holst vote. Do you want to just reconfirm the vote, please?
14-0 with 1 recuse.
Thanks very much. We now, I think it's appropriate, colleagues, that prior to hearing from the delegations that may have some bearing on their thoughts, comments, that we actually receive a report, summary of the report from staff. You have got that in your package, but I wonder if we can get a brief summary on the mandatory face coverings bylaw status. Not sure, but I think I'd look to Mr. Katolik for an update if that's appropriate.
Yes, through the chair. Since the bylaw was enacted in July, we've attended close to 4,000 premises and spoken to over 150 individuals with respect to the city's mask bylaw. As of today, we have laid 13 charges under the mask bylaw to individuals, and we are also enforcing the Reopening Ontario Act. And as of today, we have issued 6 charges to operators of premises for not ensuring that either employees or clients to the premise are not wearing masks. We have received, as of today, approximately 1,300 complaints from citizens with respect to the mask bylaw and the Reopening Ontario Act. Further to our deliberations since July of this year, we have spoken with the medical officer of health, and I want to focus that the municipal purpose of the mask bylaw is based on the guidance of the medical officer of health and his recommendations. Our role as compliance is to educate, ensure voluntary compliance, and use enforcement tools necessary to ensure compliance. So we are the compliance arm of this bylaw and not the rationale of the bylaw. The rationale of the bylaw is based on guidance and the opinions of the medical officer of health. We have consulted with the medical officer of health in preparing this report and recommend that due to the Reopening Ontario Act, associated regulations with that act, and the ongoing amendments to those regulations, that this bylaw is no longer necessary to be enacted past December 31st of this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Katolik. I now like to move us to the delegate status, and then what we will do is we'll give colleagues the opportunity to ask questions of staff. So I believe in the meeting, one of our committee rooms, we have Mr. Lee. And if you are available, I'd ask you please to come forward. Is Mr. Lee there?
Yeah, just right in front of the microphone and then.
And I would thank you. I advise that you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
So where's the camera?
The camera over on that side.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right, sorry, I'm a little nervous because it's like an empty room, so I might go a little fast here. All right. Here we are 9 months after the 2 extra weeks for a long March break, going on day 300 of 14. While I speak, please keep in mind that you are loved, and this comes from a place of compassion for the sake of our health and safety. Why weren't masks recommended at the so-called beginning? We can see where this tiptoe is headed. In the summer, this Council of the Corporation of the City of London needlessly went beyond Dr. Mackey's recommendations and even beyond the province's regulations. I'm now an unemployed single dad homeschooling my daughter as well as a freshly failed Fanshawe dropout. There's no way I will subject my 4-year-old to what the teachers are doing in the schools. We have also been denied entry to stores and turned away from the dentist. If I wasn't spiritual, I would fall victim to the depression you perpetuate yet blame on this unicorn virus. I had plans to open my own restaurant, but now I won't be graduating from my apprenticeship this year based on being exempt from covering my face, but being denied entry for lacking a doctor's note. Students in Ontario are being told this. Yet Ontario's regulation lays out 16 exemptions and is specific in saying that for greater certainty, it is not necessary to provide evidence of an exemption. It also states that federal and provincial laws prevail over these regulations. Human rights complaints applications have been postponed since March. The courts aren't processing either. My MP ignores me. This seems like you don't want it to end. Here is the flat curve. This was in London area as of July. The headline reads, "This fight's not over," but the hospitals were protected from the end of the 2019 flu season. Even if I had provided a doctor's note, Fanshawe wouldn't issue me a yellow star sticker of shame for my student card to present when stopped by a special constable as proof of documentation. I came to City Hall multiple times, but just got phone numbers. I've brought the phone numbers all here. I've called them all, and this has taken months. That's why I'm now in the position of failing. I've done all the schoolwork that I can in the meantime, and I've tried to satisfy the process. My doctor wouldn't write the notes for any of his patients, so Fanshawe told me to get a new doctor. My family moved here, actually got denied by over 60 doctors, but we're staying with our doctor. I was only seeing the doctor because I crashed my bike after the first day of being denied because it was so upsetting and I was blinded by tears. I was told no mask, no school, unless I got a doctor's note. So I tried to see if I could get one for after I healed my foot. I never went to the hospital or clinic. It was an over-the-phone assessment, and even that took weeks to get. Nobody is readily available since nothing's done in person. My request for a public participation meeting was also ignored. I've been ignored, intimidated, bullied, harassed, coerced, threatened, discriminated against, and have had confidentiality and privacy breached. This led me to do my own research, and I'll share some. In violation of the Health and Safety Act, oxygen percentage levels drop below 19.5% within half a minute of covering your face. The carbon dioxide parts per million exceed 10,000 in the same time. A 12-year-old's mask was analyzed before and after an 8-hour day of school, and it developed 82 colonies of bacteria and 4 colonies of mold. Neurological doctors warned that the brain damage is permanent and we'll see it in a decade or two. A study was performed that halved the amount of infections in a surgery room where masks were abandoned for 6 months. This oxygen deprivation is at least a crime against humanity, not to mention child abuse. Who's liable? The outdoor skating rinks now say to wear a mask because your body requires more breath when active. Chinese kids have dropped dead in mass gym classes. 4-year-olds have developed debilitating lung infections from their masks. I will not fall prey to this brand new backwards belief system. No licensed business can discriminate because this is London, Ontario, Canada. Spirituality in you was fined for simply having a sign that states no mask, no problem. This defines the attack on spirituality. The 2,000-year-old spiritual truth is that Jesus was resurrected and he prophesied of his reincarnation. We are all conscious energy and our bodies are temporary temples for this love of God. Our immune system is working and it got us here. So congratulations, have no fear. I recommend you search the scriptures and do some soul searching to decide which side of these prophecies you want to be on. For now, it's masks that we're talking about, but it's another tiptoe stepping stone. Now they are rolling out the Frankenvax, which hasn't finished its 2-year warp speed trial, and already more of the public have been injected with it than people that were injected in these incomplete trials. The people you have turned against themselves using fear and guilt will blame the unvaccinated for the prolonged lockdowns when we really see this is about a larger agenda. If you cared about people and the planet, why do you allow geoengineering? By the way, zero carbon means zero humans. We are not the virus, yet
30 seconds, sir.
based on what the PCR is looking for, if you cycled it 60 times, we would be 100% positive, treating us like a virus. After all, we have been told that humans caused the climate change that created the bat soup that caused the COVID-19 84. Why are we trusting China here? My children will not grow up in a world being treated like a bioweapon carbon footprint terrorist that is required to submit to Bill Gates' mark of the beast with military in the streets. Or I guess it's technocracy and 5G. It'll be robots. but you will be out of a job thanks to AI.
Thank you very much, sir. That's your 5 minutes are up.
For now, the healthcare of Ontario.
Thank you very much.
Mandating masks is.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm going to ask if we have another party who's in the committee meeting rooms. I'd like to ask staff if they can confirm, please. Colleagues, just bear with us as we're checking. Colleagues, just give us a moment, please. We have no one else in any of the other committee rooms, so with that, I wonder if we have Vaughn Sansom on the line. There's no one on the phone, so we've had, so that would include Sylvia Benoise and Christine Nagel as well. So, colleagues, we're going to have an opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Katolik, but I wonder this, for the consent agenda, none of the items were pulled, so I'd look for a mover and seconder for the consent agenda, and then we'll move towards asking any questions we might have of Mr. Katolik with respect to mandatory face coverings. Do I have a mover, please? Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Hillier. Thank you. We'll, that's for all the items. None have been pulled. And we will, so what we're doing is, we are going to vote on the consent agenda, but then we will we'll also take questions. So any questions then of Mr. Katolik with respect to his presentation? Councillor Hopkins, did you have your hand up? I'm sorry.
Yes, I guess I was just trying to follow with the meeting here, Mr. Chair, and I am having a little bit of difficulty hearing you. I've got my sound up as high as I've got it, so I don't know, maybe there's something else going on in where I am here, but I do want to make sure that we are not voting on any of the items and we are discussing 2.1. Is that what we're doing?
I took a motion to accept all 3 items of the consent agenda, but before we vote on them, no one asked for anything to be pulled, Councillor Hopkins. So what we're doing is we're going to be dealing with each one in its turn. We'll vote on everything all at once because no one asked that anything be withdrawn. So right now we're on 2.1 and any questions that anyone has for Mr. Katolik, and then we'll get it into 2.2 separately and 2.3 separately. And then at the end, vote on it all at once as we would typically do.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Any questions then for Mr. Katolik? Councillor Squire.
First of all, I want to make sure I acknowledge I have no role to play in the matter of enforcement, nor do I want to have any role. But just for some clarification, because I certainly hear about it a lot, about sort of anecdotal evidence about people who have reported concerns and charges aren't laid or investigations don't take place. So I wonder if Mr. Katolik could just expand on 2 things. First of all, out of those 1,300 citizen complaints, how many of those led to actual investigations where officers were somehow involved? And if you'd like to, any comments you would like to make on this issue when it's raised about complaints relating to actual charges?
Mr. Katolik?
Yes, through the chair, all 1,300 complaints are triaged. So, for example, if we get multiple complaints to a premise, then we do go to that premise. If we get individual complaints of a person in, for example, a convenience store, on this evening, I saw somebody without a mask. It's not operationally efficient to go to those. So we're focusing on triaging where we get most complaints and all the complaints are mapped. We are enforcing this bylaw 7 days a week, so we are a lot more visible on weekends than previously. And out of those complaints, initially we were very much focusing on education and voluntary compliance. And then we switched to more stronger enforcement and issuing fines. In terms of the fines that were issued, the 13 fines that were issued were to individuals. They were mainly within retail settings. The fines issued under the provincial regulations were specific to complaints, and in many cases, multiple complaints made about premises, particularly retail premises and restaurants. And if Councillor Squire can just clarify the second question, please.
I'm just, people are often asking about why aren't more charges laid? And I think you can probably give us a general answer. I don't obviously want any information about any specific decision-making on any charges, but just generally so people understand, what criteria are applied when you follow through on something as to whether a charge would be laid.
So through the chair, as we know, officers have discretion, but they also work in the reality of the global situation in which we are in. As you know, there are numerous exemptions within the bylaw that we need to respect, and one of them is the medical exemption. So when we approach individuals, and we've approached over 150 individuals, which we have observed not wearing masks in retail settings and restaurants, and if they claim they have a medical exemption, that's where the conversation stops in compliance with the bylaw. However, if they claim that they feel that they should not wear a mask and, this whole pandemic is a hoax, then in the vast majority of those situations, a charge would be laid.
Councillor Squire?
Thank you.
Yeah, just generally about that response, I think it's important that the public, because all of us hear about this, and I think it's important to know that enforcement is out there doing their job, but they're constrained by what laws say and what laws allow them to do. So I think that's the first thing. The second thing is charges aren't going to end the pandemic. I think there's a belief out there that if you lay some charges, everybody's behavior will change. And I mean, any lawyer will tell you that, or criminologist will tell you that that doesn't really happen, that penalties don't change everyone's behavior overnight. So I think that's important to know, and I'm hoping people will start to understand that there's a matter of individual decision-making that has to happen for the pandemic to end.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions for Mr. Katolik? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Katolik. So the recommendation is not to extend the municipal bylaw past December 31st, 2020. And I understand that the provincial government has brought forward, I guess at the beginning of October, regulations mandating masks be worn inside buildings. So I guess my question is, by us removing the municipal bylaw, what will change in the work that you're doing enforcing?
Mr. Katolik? Thank you.
Yes, through the chair, very little will change. There is numerous communications, both federally, provincially, and municipally, on the importance of physically distancing and wearing masks. We will continue to respond to all the complaints that are coming into our call center, triage them, and identify which hotspots we need to attend. I also wish to notify this committee that we are now starting to see complaints at premises which were previously charged. So we have in some situations issued repeat charges to operators of premises. And if complaints continue to occur at those premises, we have the enforcement option to move to Part 3 charges, which fines are higher and decided by the courts. The one minor issue that will change is, and it's focused on the current mask bylaw, is that the provincial regulations place a focus on persons responsible for the business and organization to ensure that employees and patrons, clients wear masks, where the mask bylaw focuses on individuals. So the one limitation is if we get a complaint, and we are getting them, for retail stores and for apartment buildings of persons not wearing masks in common areas, the one possible defense of the operator of the premise could be that they provided signage, they provided direction, but those individuals still refrain from wearing masks. There are opportunities for provincial jurisdictions such as the Trespass to Property Act to be invoked, and that would involve police interaction. And certain individual businesses are making their own business policy decisions to not allow anybody within their premise to wear a mask. And if somebody claims an exemption, they provide alternatives such as face shields or provide alternative service levels such as purchasing the product on the internet or curbside delivery. So in summary, very little will change, but there is a minor limitation on issuing charges to what we call anti-maskers attending premises.
Councillor?
Yeah, thank you for that information. And just as a follow-up to the provincial regulation, I guess it's 36420, it relates to stage 3, and I know we now use the color coding. So I'm just trying to understand what happens. So we're trying to understand where our colors align with the different stages with this regulation that was put in place in October. In July, we had the mask bylaw, and I'm not sure what stage we were in at that time. And I'm just trying to compare the stage that we're in now. And if we go to a stage 2, would the regulation 364 still pertain to our city? If that makes any sense. I hope it does.
Mr. Katolik.
Yes, through the chair, when the mask bylaw was enacted in July of this year, the provincial framework was not released at that time. In fact, I don't believe the Reopening Ontario Act received royal assent at that time either. So the provincial regulations are very fluid and nimble and very much focused on the advice that they get from medical officers of health across the province. With respect to masks, very little changes as we move through the different stages. So when you go from green, yellow, orange, red, and gray, the masking regulations do not change, except that there are requirements for masks for lineups for premises such as restaurants and retail stores. The main changes that occur between the different colors or the different zones are the time periods of when premises can remain open, the service of alcohol, and specific premises which are closed within certain color categories.
Well, that's totally clear. Councillor Hopkins, back to you.
Yeah, it is. I think I understand it, where we're going. And I guess my final question then would be, if we kept the municipal bylaw and extended, and I know this is a temporary bylaw, and say extended it to the spring of 2021. I know there's a number of other municipalities that have their bylaws in place until that time. What would be the, what would change?
Mr. Katolik.
Yes, through the chair. As I previously mentioned, that our service area is the compliance arm of this bylaw in terms of education, voluntary compliance, and enforcement protocol. And the municipal purpose of this bylaw is based on the guidance and advice of the medical officer of health. I would refer any further comments to the councillor's question to the city solicitor.
Thank you. Any other comments, councillor? Audio, please, councillor.
Sorry, if I could have the city solicitor make comments?
I don't think it's that he can't. I think the suggestion was that that if there are other comments, to refer them to the city solicitor. Is that where you're going, Mr. Katolik? Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan.
Yes, I want to thank our staff for this particular report. If colleagues recall, the reason we got into the mask bylaw in the first place was to support the medical officer of health in both the education and enforcement of the Section 22 order that he has since rescinded. Because much like our bylaw, that order is, for all intents and purposes, irrelevant because the current provincial regulations essentially cover this. And both our enforcement staff as well as the city police are enforcing those provincial regulations. There's no need for us to be out there on our own with the bylaw, given the health unit has already rescinded the Section 22 order that the bylaw was essentially connected to, or at least connected to in the debate and the reason why we raised it. So I think this is a reasonable cleanup of the bylaw and our policies, as Mr. Katolik said. From an enforcement standpoint in the community, this is not much is going to change. And so I support the staff recommendation. I will say there's other municipalities in our region who have done the exact same thing. And again, the health unit also has rescinded its Section 22 orders because they're irrelevant given the state of the provincial regulations at the moment. So I hope colleagues can support this. I think it's a fairly straightforward report, and I think we can move on to other items on the agenda.
Thank you. In fact, I see no other speakers on the agenda for this item. I will reference that we should vote on this separately only insofar as a conflict has been declared by Councillor Turner on items within 2.1. So with that, we have a mover and a seconder. Oh, pardon me, Councillor Cassidy. You just kind of snuck in there. Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. Yeah. Just I'm not sure if Councillor Hopkins asked this question, and I apologize if she did. I was paying attention, but my dog did start barking there at some point. For Mr. Katolik, the owner of a private business, and knowing that there is an exemption, or people can claim a medical exemption, and they don't have to provide proof, and that's fine. But can the owner of a private business determine that they are not going to allow people on their property, even if they are claiming a medical exemption? Do they have that right as the owner of a private business?
Mr. Katolik, please.
Through the chair, yes, they do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we're just voting on 2.1 specifically, this item that we've dealt with. Colleagues, again, the recommendation that the report dated December 16th, that the report be received for information purposes and bylaw page 20 be rescinded at municipal council meeting to be held on January 12th, 2021. It's been moved and seconded. We'll call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-0 with 1 recused.
Colleagues, that leaves us on the agenda with 2 items, 2.2 and 2.3. Any comments or questions that colleagues may have with respect to these items? Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Really quickly with respect to item 2.2, thanks staff for the report. The question that wasn't quite clear to me was if we have any reductions in services that are still being maintained, or are all our staff back to work with the exception of those areas that say services that will not resume in 2020. I saw the phasing of what has been brought back online. I wasn't quite sure what has not yet been brought back to full force of those that weren't completely discontinued.
Ms. Livingston?
Yes, through the chair. Thank you for the question. We are pretty much operating at full capacity with the exception of the modifications around our recreation programming. And of course, that is entirely dependent on what color we're in terms of what we're able to deliver and how we're able to deliver it. But I would say that the vast majority of all other services are, for the most part, operating and have been, to the best of our ability, since we started reopening through the summer and into the fall.
Councillor.
Through Your Worship, thank you, Ms. Livingston. So in general, then customer service requests that come through our offices or to yours would be processed based on the availability of staff as normal, whether that be something like inspections or otherwise. Those are all operating at generally regularly staffed levels.
Ms. Livingston?
Yes, Your Worship. Through you, yes, that's the case. To the best of our ability with the staffing resources that we have, we are responding to all requests.
Councillor Turner?
No, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins, I'm just wondering, in the interests of the continuity, is this on 2.2 as well? This, your question? Only because if there's questions
No,
on...
I do apologize. It's not 2.2, it's on 2.3. I just have a comment.
Do you mind then I'll come back to you when, because just so we keep continuity of this separate issue, and then we'll come back to you for your comments on that as well. Councillor Van Holst, the same question of you. Is this on 2.2 or 2.3, if I might, please?
Oh, Your Worship, I was going to make a comment on 2.3 now. I believe that we're going to be dealing with most of those issues I had.
Yep, but I'm going to hold you off for just a second here, Councillor Van Holst. It's just 2.2 right now. In the interest of this, if you don't mind, if any colleagues have any other comments or questions on that component. Councillor Cassidy?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I have a question through you to Ms. Livingston. Thank you for the report and going through all of the items in the report. I noted specifically in the paragraph culture of safety, and I'm wondering for staff that have been or throughout over the course of the next few months, staff that would be returning to City Hall or returning to a public facing kind of role, are there accommodations proposed for staff who don't feel safe? So there's a culture of safety. I understand that City Hall and staff at City Hall have put in a number of things, a number of measures in place to keep people safe, but perhaps there are people with compromised immune systems or for other reasons may not feel safe in their role at City Hall. So I'm wondering how we accommodate those employees, or if we just say we've put the safety measures in place, we expect you to show up physically to work.
Ms. Livingston?
Through your worship, I just want to be clear, because perhaps the report was not. People have been in their roles either at City Hall, at work sites, or working from home pretty much throughout most of the pandemic. So we're not returning anyone. For the most part, people are working where they've been working. We have worked very hard to put a number of health precautions in place to support the safety of our staff, whether they are working in the ops yards or at home or in City Hall. There are instances where individuals have individual concerns, and we deal with those on a case by case basis. But we have taken many, many measures to assure the safety of our staff with plexiglass, distancing. If people can work remotely, that is what's occurring. In some instances, that's not possible because of the nature of their job. So we've tried to undertake as many as possible. I would also share that throughout the pandemic, the Ministry of Labor has been engaged with us, and where there have been suggestions, we've implemented those. We've received support for what we've been doing. So we've worked very hard to do that. We've also worked actively with our joint health and safety committees as we've tried to work through many of these issues together. So that culture of safety is one where it's everyone's responsibility on how we work together to assure the safety of every person coming to work for the corporation.
Councillor Cassidy?
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions regarding 2.2? So colleagues, I think just in the interest of carrying this consistently with, thank you, Deputy Merrill, thank you for that. And I'll call on Councillor Helmer in just a moment. I was just going to advise colleagues, we'll deal with 2.2 as a separate vote. So we're treating all three as pulled items. Councillor Helmer, please go ahead.
Thanks very much. Through the chair, I just wanted to say thank you for the report to the city manager, and also to check in to see how overall the workforce is coping with all the change and the stress that's come from the pandemic. I think these reports about how the service levels are changing and how things have changed within the service areas is a good time to check in and to see how people are doing, and how the overall team is coping through the pandemic.
Ms. Livingston?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, what I would like to say is that I'm extremely proud of city staff and how they have managed through the pandemic. People have had to deal with the fear and anxiety of unknowns at the beginning, changing service levels all the time, and changing health precautions as we've moved through this. And what I have seen is a workforce that has responded with resilience and good ideas about how we can do better, and trying to keep the service of Londoners at the forefront. What I would also say to you, though, is that you are looking at a very tired workforce. It has been a long year with a lot of change and a lot of stress and anxiety. I don't think we're any different than many other places. And I think many folks are looking forward to having a bit of a break over the holidays. We are doing some work. We have a COVID team that takes an enterprise-wide approach to how we are supporting and managing the pandemic from an organizational perspective. And we have some sub-teams, and one of those is about people. And that team has been so wonderful and come together with many, many ideas about how we can uplift and bring morale and have people feel good as we continue through this. I am hoping that with the hope of the vaccine on the horizon, that our spirits will shift a bit with a bit of a rest and moving into the new year. I really appreciate the question. Thank you.
Councillor Helmer, we're good?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on 2.2? I see Councillor Van Holst's hand is still up, and I'm going to recognize him after Councillor Hopkins on the next item. Unless Councillor Van Holst, you had something on this I didn't want to misunderstand. Councillor Van Holst? All right, with that, we've got a motion's been moved and seconded to receive the report, and we will call the question.
Councillor Van Holst?
I vote yay.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Colleagues, 2.3 is the London Community Recovery Network. I wonder, I know I've got Councillors Hopkins and Van Holst on the speakers list, but I wonder if I could ask City Manager if she would give a brief synopsis of the report, acknowledging that we've read that. We've had a number of our colleagues very active in a variety of these stages. Could I put that upon you, Ms. Livingston?
Yes, Your Worship, thank you. The purpose of the report that's in front of you from staff is intended to do a couple of things. One, share with Council the first report of the London Community Recovery Network. Two, highlight the short-term ideas that the network has prioritized for the municipality to take leadership on and seek direction for that. I just want to highlight that Council will recall that you established the LCRN back in July, and very quickly the network was pulled together, having its first meeting in early September. They then worked to identify priorities for immediate action to support all of London economic and social recovery. They identified some 200 ideas, prioritized 70 of those, which are in Appendix A of your report, and 37 of those have been identified as the responsibility of the municipality. The great news is that 12 of those, with the direction of Council and work of civic administration, are well underway. Some examples would include the work of the Back to Business team or the $2.3 million investment that Council just approved to support the winter response program. So many of these things are well underway. And what's in front of you today for consideration is for the remaining 25 that Council directs staff to undertake work to create implementation plans and return to the appropriate standing committees for those ideas. I would also note that Council back in September identified $5 million to support recovery for London, and that would be the source of financing should any of these ideas require that kind of investment. There's a source for it, and that would be noted when we return to the appropriate standing committee on the individual ideas. Thank you.
So thank you, Ms. Livingston. So on the speakers list, I have Councillor Hopkins, followed by Councillor Van Holst. Councillor Hopkins, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Livingston, for giving us a brief update on the network recovery recommendation that's before us today. And I would quite agree, this came to us very quickly, and I just want to take this opportunity to thank city staff for making this all happen and organizing the numerous meetings and pre-consultation meetings. A lot of work went into that, and it was very well done. I was very grateful to be part of one of the working groups, and I was just very honored to be part of the conversation that was coming from the community with the assistance and support staff of that we have at the city. And I am just really looking forward as we take these ideas, bringing them forward, charting that course in the new year. I'm just very proud and honored to be part of this group. And I'd also like to thank you, Your Worship, as well for, I guess, taking the charge and the lead on this back in the summertime. So with that, thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Councillor Van Holst.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. And again, my congratulations to all the community members and staff and councillors who've worked so hard on these ideas. Nice to see that they're in a position where we can move forward with them, and that many of them are funded. My question is one: will we find ourselves in discussions about funding specific things or the specific manifestations of some of these ideas in the early part of next year?
Ms. Livingston?
Yes, through Your Worship, our intention, should we receive council direction this evening, would be that we would attempt to turn these around fairly quickly and get them in front of the appropriate standing committees, likely in the early February cycle. Some of them require a little more investigation in terms of developing what implementation would require and what the exact costs would be, but our intention would be to move as quickly as possible on them.
Okay, and my second question is, if I may, Your Worship, are you looking for direction from us this evening on specific things you'd like us to move forward with?
Well, I'll let Ms. Livingston respond to that, but I would turn colleagues' attention to page 13, where there are 3 components of the 4-part recommendation to receive the report. And then there's some direction as well. But Ms. Livingston, if you'd like to add to that, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, we attempted to structure the report similar to the approach in the April report, where we were council was dealing with relief measures. So you have all of the ideas in front of you. The way the resolution reads right now is you're giving us direction to move forward with them. If there are any that you do not wish us to move forward, then I'd ask that you say with the exception of, so that we know which ones not to. Otherwise, we would, if you support this, we would undertake to move forward with all of them and return to the appropriate standing committees.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's very helpful. And that means I'll definitely see some of my favorite ideas in there. I think some are great. And I'm pleased that some of them are very short term and can be acted on quickly. I guess my one comment was that people we find lacking housing in the core don't necessarily need housing in the core. So affordable housing anywhere may solve that situation and may be better for them. So that would be my one comment. And then I look forward to these coming back to our committees. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pelosi.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I think important to note is that this was 150 different community participants giving their time, and staff that were absolutely phenomenal, in my opinion, of a short turnaround time and try and navigate how to get everyone on the same page and get these ideas forward as quickly as possible. Having had an opportunity to be a co-lead, also realizing fellow councillors Hopkins, Cassidy, Vega, Lewis, Helmer, Squire, and Morgan, who gave up their time as well to help be part of this. My concerns, I'll just focus on the table that I co-led, being the employment and talent table. A lot of conversations we had at our table focused around transparency of ideas and making sure everyone knew why we were not doing something. So I think important to note for anyone trying to follow along in this is apparently the employment and talent table is now called the business and employment section. Personally, I found anyone who's going to try to follow this report, like I said, speaking only for my table, because that's the table I was involved with, that the ideas have shuffled around numbers as they came forward. For me, making it hard to track of what ideas actually came forward from our table. There was ideas within this report that didn't come through our table, and looking through you to staff of our ideas that we hadn't seen and received at our table to discuss as a community. Are these ideas from staff? Looking for where these other ideas came from.
Ms. Livingston?
Your worship, I'll start, but Mr. Thompson is here and he has been the lead support, and perhaps he can assist me. My understanding is that all the ideas that have been put forward in the report were those that were prioritized through the LCRN meeting on November 26th. So I understand that there has been a numbering change, and perhaps Mr. Thompson can speak to that, but the ideas that are in front of you are not staff's. They are what was put forward through the LCRN, and perhaps Mr. Thompson can assist in the numbering question.
Mr. Thompson?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So the number, we had two sets of numbers, and not to get too much into the weeds on it. The first set of numbers, the ideas were first organized by priority action table. So each table, as Councillor Pelosa indicated, considered a number of ideas. Those ideas from all 6 priority action tables were combined at the end of that process and sent up through the London Community Recovery Network to review. Additional analysis went into those ideas at that time, and one of the ultimate purposes that Council has provided direction on in terms of the network has been to really focus on the cross-sectoral collaboration, connections between ideas. So as the ideas came from priority action tables, which are focused conversations around key sectors around the economy, they went to the London Community Recovery Network, which looked at all the ideas together. And after that analysis, and that cross-sectoral analysis, the ideas where there were overlaps between ideas, for example, where overlap of idea existed between the employment and talent table and, for example, the supporting London's most vulnerable table, those ideas were assessed side by side. So the short answer is the output of that process at the London Community Recovery Network table led to a little bit of a numbering reorder as ideas were sort of assessed side by side.
Councillor?
I'll leave it for there, but might have more later.
I'm sorry, could you just make, I didn't quite hear that last part of your comment, Councillor Pelosa, please?
I'm fine for now, Your Worship, but might have more questions later.
Thank you. I have Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. And well, I appreciate the recognition by Councillor Pelosa for all of the work that members of council put in. And it was my pleasure to be a co-lead on the Destination London table. I want to give a special recognition to Cheryl Finn, who of course is our lead at Tourism London and was a co-lead with me on this. So it was not just, of course, members of council, but community leaders. Alfredo Kajix from Sunfest was a co-lead on that table as well. And of course, we had some great participants. I mean, Jerry from the Marienbad, Ben from XR Studios, like the community really came together and really worked on these ideas. I will tell you, there was a moment of trepidation as we were getting close to the deadline when we felt like we only had a couple of ideas to submit, and then suddenly everyone's ideas came together in a really effective way. So I appreciate all the hard work that leaders in the community, across the arts community, the business community, the public and not-for-profit sectors that were involved as well. Thanks to them for giving their time to help with this. I will say, and I absolutely understand where our city manager is coming from. Some of these things are going to take time, and that's perfectly understandable. They're not all easy logistically to pull off, and some of them may have costs and requirements that we haven't thought of yet. The one thing that I was asked to share, in particular from the business community, is that if we want to be Destination London as we recover from COVID, as much as they realize some things will take time, the faster we can move on some things. And I should say through you, Chair, as well to Ms. Livingston, there were lots of positive comments about the work that our staff has already done to support businesses in this time. And the B2B initiative is very much appreciated. But if we don't have businesses that get through this and still have their doors open in the recovery phase, there won't be anything to be a destination for visitors for. So although we recognize that there will be time constraints, I was asked to convey that speed is important as well. And if we have to not get it perfect right away and adjust along our path, that's understood.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Squire.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Chair. And I also appreciate the work that was put in staff. I was one of the co-leads on the table with Councillor Pelosa, and it really was amazing the work that staff did. I do have to echo her comments, though. When I received the report today, it was a little difficult to follow what came out of our committee, because there was some changes in wording, a little bit of changes in terms of what we were putting forward. I didn't entirely recognize it as being the things that we produced from our table. And I think it's really important when you're a councillor and you're sitting somewhere and you're encouraging people to come forward with ideas. I always like to make sure that if I'm putting my own word out there in terms of what's going to happen to their ideas, in terms of the continuity, the consideration, that I know everything about that going in. So I think in a future effort, it would be really helpful for those things to be crystal clear, to me at least, as to how that process is going to happen, what the next level of decision making, what they're going to do with what we've produced at the tables. Because I think there will be some people who participate in our table who today will be looking at that, not quite identifying the ideas that are going forward with their own work.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions with regard to this report? It has been moved and seconded. We'll call the question. And colleagues, as that comes up, I would like to pay particular acknowledgement to members of the London Community Recovery Network, our senior leadership team in the City of London who played such an active part, the Community Recovery Working Group, and in particular, Mr. Thompson and Ms. Livingston, and all the co-leads for their commitment, both from council and outside of council. Much appreciated for all their work.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thanks very much, colleagues. I'll turn your attention to scheduled items. We've had a couple of very... Clerk? We're just letting our delegations in, colleagues. I was going to reference that. Actually, here we are under item 3, scheduled items.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thanks very much, colleagues. I'll turn your attention to scheduled items. We've had a couple of very... Clerk?
If the callers in could please turn down the volume on their computers, we're hearing repeats.
I sound twice as good, twice the time, it would appear, or twice as bad, twice the time. We have 2 delegations, colleagues, under 3.1. We have delegation, we have Megan Walker, Jesse Roger, and Danny Bartlett from the London Coordinating Committee to End Women Abuse. And we are going to hear their delegation. We offer that 5 minutes, and we would ask them please to proceed, please.
Thank you so much. I'm Danny Bartlett. I'm the co-chair for the Coordinating Committee to End Women Abuse. And with me, I have Jesse Rogers, the Executive Director of ANOVGA, and Megan Walker, the Executive Director of LOC. And so the Coordinating Committee is a network of organizations, groups, and individuals in London dedicated to ending women abuse through leadership and actions that achieve both social justice for women and integrated response to abused women and their children. So we're extremely pleased to be here, and we just want to, first of all, talk about how proud we are of the City of London and your work to add the strategic area for focus, creating a safe London for women and girls. So proud to be, you know, a member of this community that has a pillar like this. So we just have 3 recommendations around that, around legislation, public awareness, and fully funded services. The numbers since COVID are staggering. There are 30.5 of all police charges laid for violent incidents were women abuse. 64% of all there's a 64% increase of human trafficking charges since the beginning of the lockdown. 49% increase in the crisis calls for domestic and sexual violence. 43% of women in shelter stayed longer than 30 days due to lack of housing. An overturned array, 2,553 women due to the shortage of shelter beds. And counseling numbers for domestic violence, sexual violence, and human trafficking are stunning. My Sister's Place has an increase of 28%. Locke has an increase of 103%. And DEA counseling has an increase of 46%. The coordinating committee is working on getting new numbers, and we'll have updated numbers in the new year, but they're not getting better. And so right now we'll have Megan speak on legislation.
Hi, everybody. It's so nice to be here, and a big shout out to Josh Morgan on the arrival of his newest baby. You're going to have a great Christmas this year, and I'm really happy for you. So we've been working really closely with Rosanna Wilcox, who's been a great source of inspiration to us. And one of the original recommendations that we came up with, talked about a foundation and creating legislation and public awareness. And we really realized that the most important thing council can do at this point is acknowledge that to build from the bottom up, which is what we want to see around creating a safe London for women and girls, we have to start with a solid foundation. So the foundation includes 3 factors, which Danny spoke of, and we're not asking you to accept one or the other. We're saying that all 3 have to be implemented at all times and woven through every recommendation that the city makes. So with respect to legislation, policies, bylaws, what we're asking is that this foundational lens be used as those policies, legislation, and bylaws are created, so that we can really see a positive outcome of what is happening in the lives of women and girls. And so we're asking that in every recommendation, not only is the city staff going to be kind of taking a look at all 3 areas of the foundation, but they will also include in their reports to council how their recommendations include that approach, or all 3 approaches, but specifically for my area, the legislation, policies, and bylaws. So, you know, that would be done, for instance, through the housing department and community services, and even the development or budget. We need to make sure that we create a safe London for women and girls by incorporating a solid foundation into its core. And that's my piece. And so now I'd like to introduce my colleague, Jessie, who's going to speak about I'm not sure, because I don't have the agenda here, and I'm sorry.
That's okay, Megan. Jessie? I got it.
Okay.
I got it, no problem. I'm just going to talk about 3 things about public awareness and education. So thanks for having us. 3 things. 1, we're already doing really great work in the city, so we would encourage folks, there's no need to reinvent the wheel. There's lots of training and toolkits and campaigns. I'll point out at this point the Safe Cities work as well is pretty important. 2nd, city-led boards and commissions, wanting them to consider mandating training on men's violence against women and girls to ensure they're supporting the strat plan. And then the I Step Forward training for all the City of London staff, wanting to have a review of that to make sure there's an intersectional lens specifically to speak to the strengths and supports for minoritized and francophone women, as well as those who are trafficked. So there you go.
Thanks, Jesse. And so
You've got
my
30
piece
seconds.
Oh, I can talk fast. So fully funded services means public not-for-profit agencies identify and work to fill gaps, fund that the living wages are greater, change the focus of language back to the people, and change reporting requirements to fit the current needs. Meaning we stop talking about beds and we start talking about frontline workers that are staffing those jobs.
Thank you. I wonder if colleagues have any questions for the members of the delegation. Councillor Van Holst.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and very pleased to have the report and have you come as guests. The numbers are staggering. You told us the statistics about the lockdowns and the results. Could you connect those for us just a little better? How is it happening? What's driving this?
Back to our delegation.
So it's Danny. I think both Megan and Jesse will also have an answer, but I think like the stress and the trauma of what's happening makes anxiety higher, and so people are acting out. Things are bad for everybody. You guys were talking about what it's like for staff, and that's true in home settings too. Megan or Jesse?
I think it's important to recognize that during the lockdown, women and children have been isolated in their homes with their abusers. And there's been an increased level of abuse, whether it be physical, psychological, or emotional, of which children are watching and witnessing every day. And so what we are finding is that now that we are sort of reopened more and have our PPE in place, women who come in are reporting an increased level of violence committed against them and an increased worry about what their children are witnessing. And of course, as the agency that really does a lot of work with sex trafficking, the London Abused Women's Centre has seen a significant increase in the number of trafficked women and girls, some as young as 12, who are coming into our office with support people and their parents for service. Jesse?
Yeah, I'll just add to that. One of the things that we also saw happening at Inova was when the lockdown really started, people just wanted to deal with the lockdown. So our numbers dropped on our crisis line. But then by May, beginning of May, they spiked up exponentially because people realized that this wasn't going to go away quickly. And the violence had increased to a proportion that, maybe they would have gotten some help a little bit earlier. They would have felt safer to reach out, or they could have reached out, but it didn't. So this is, and we're seeing this ongoing. And at Inova, one of the most challenging things that we're doing right now is when we don't have space, the conversations we're having with women are very different than a year ago. A year ago, we could talk about other options they had. Could they stay with a friend or a family member? But now that those options are even more reduced than they were before. So I think those are just some of the things that we're seeing as well.
And the police reported at our committee meeting this week that the level of violence has increased to extremely concerning rates. Like they haven't seen violence like this ever before.
Councillor?
Thank you very much. Your Worship, I was having a look at how people are viewing the COVID-19, and I came up with about 6 different paradigms. There's the political, the public health, constitutional, pragmatic, conspiratorial, and a balanced approach that many people are proposing, sometimes called the total harm reduction, where we're actually acknowledging that these things are going on and that it might be better for us to focus our energies on helping the most vulnerable, and then easing up in other places where people aren't in danger of children aren't in danger of COVID, but they're certainly in danger of these things. So I hope our province, who's taken on the role of mandates, can move towards a more balanced approach. So where we focus on that, because I see that would make a big difference.
And I would suggest that that's what the foundational piece does. It is including all areas. So we don't want to just focus on the most vulnerable, because we know that we need to prevent other cases from happening, or every woman will be one of the most vulnerable. And so that's one of the positive things about a foundation that includes legislative or policy changes combined with public awareness and fully funded services for women. So I think we're on the same page, but I think when we talk about most vulnerable, it's very difficult to say who is most vulnerable when we know that all women are potential victims of violence. So we need to be really careful about that.
Right.
I'd like to, hold on a sec, Councillor. I'd like to respectfully ask, though, there wasn't a question in Councillor Van Holst's comments up to that, but there may well have been. So I will respectfully remind the delegation they've had their opportunity to speak. And just to answer the questions, I know you answered a comment, but if a council member has a very specific question, I know perhaps that's where Councillor Van Holst was going and was going to ask it. But back to you, Councillor Van Holst, please.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry, I guess I wasn't. Your Worship, I was speaking in the context of the COVID, so that the most vulnerable there are residents and elderly and long-term residents. So those most likely to suffer harm from COVID. So that's by focusing on them, then we can maybe remove some of the restrictions on the lockdowns that are causing so much of this stress and the collateral damage. So we need to recognize that this collateral damage is real and very harmful. And by trying to deal with two of those priorities, it will make things much better. If we focus fanatically on for instance, trying to stamp out positive PCR tests, then we miss some of these other problems that are very serious in our society. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got three speakers on the list. Councillor Squire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do have a question, and first of all, thank you for coming. And I was actually on the Community and Protective Services Committee when Ms. Walker and others came forward to speak about human trafficking and the harm of that. I'm very shocked by this number that relates to a 64% increase in human trafficking. It seems counterintuitive to me that during a time of COVID that they would be going up so much. So I just wonder if you have a perception, is this economic issues that are increasing this, or is there something else that's at work?
Back to the delegation, please.
So the issue with respect to trafficking and seeing an increase in that is that there were many young girls that were lured online during the last several months because they were at home. And so we saw a significant increase in the number of young women who were doing webcams, for instance, or performing sexual acts on themselves that were videotaped and put onto porn sites. We also need to remember that it was an economic situation for many. So some girls and women who had left trafficking, then lost their jobs during COVID, couldn't pay their rent, and were lured back into trafficking as a way to survive. And unfortunately, the federal government did not provide any source of help for prostituted or trafficked women during COVID. And so we've seen a significant increase. And of course, it's very concerning because it's very difficult in trafficking once a woman does leave, when she returns, to be able to help her exit again.
Councillor?
Yeah, that's terrible news, very difficult news, and it's really important that you're bringing this to light. So thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I actually have a question that's along the same lines as Councillor Squire's. And I will, before I ask that, say thank you to all of the members of the delegation. I know Ms. Walker and I had a chance to speak in Victoria Park briefly when we lit the tree for the Shine the Light campaign at the beginning of November, and we heard some pretty horrific stories there about what's been happening. This only emphasizes that again tonight. But the question through you, Chair, to our delegation is, in terms of these increases, which are bad enough on their own, have you seen a change, a demographic change, I guess is the best way to put it, in terms of the clients who are coming to you for assistance, of the clients who are being victimized in this way? I mean, I know it's hard to say. Before COVID, we had, you know, a really concentrated issue with this particular age group or this particular income level, but it sounds like what I'm hearing from you is that it's a whole range. But are there any particular demographics that stand out for you as having been made particularly vulnerable in the context of the pandemic?
Over to the delegation,
Do you want
please.
to take that, Jesse?
Yeah, sure. Yes, Jesse speaking. So for us, we are seeing a really massive increase in the number of women who are coming to us who are being trafficked, more than before COVID. We're also seeing a big increase when it comes to folks who are homeless, home insecure, who don't have anywhere else to go. Some folks who are seeking safety, and women who are seeking safety in shelter, if they might be able to manage and find their own space. But what we're seeing more often right now is women who have nowhere else to go. Maybe they would be able to like stay with a friend or a family member, and so folks who are experiencing chronic homelessness, we're seeing an increase in them coming to our door as well. So I think that would be a big thing for us.
Sorry, I think the other thing we need to say with trafficking is that many traffickers are intimate partners of women. And so as we saw people lose their jobs during COVID, we saw an increase in the number of situations where women had to provide sexual service to more and more men because their intimate partner trafficker insisted on it.
And I think one of the other numbers that are really scary too is we saw with CAS how drastically the numbers dropped when folks were locked down because, you know, kiddos weren't in front of teachers and they weren't in front of people. So the numbers, how drastically those numbers dropped is also scary because that means that kids that need support aren't getting it.
Thank you. I'm turning it back over to Councillor Lewis, please.
Thank you. So very briefly then, in follow-up to that, and you know, being a foster parent with CAS myself, I know that there's, when the pandemic started, there was certainly an issue with the ability to place any children who needed a home because we were being told to bubble and not have new people into the home. But picking up on Ms. Rogers' comment about the number of people who have nowhere else to go, I don't want to put words in your mouth or make an assumption here, but would it be safe to say that, or would it be reasonable to say, I suppose, that part of the extra challenge has been the fact that people have been cut off from those, I guess, couch surfing opportunities that they may have had with a close friend in terms of not being able to escape a situation?
To the delegation, please.
Yeah, it's Jesse. I think that's absolutely safe to say. I think we already knew that in London we had some struggles with housing and safe, affordable housing, and so that's definitely exacerbated the situation. I will say that there's been many people in the city who've come together, including the City of London, who've really helped mobilize getting folks into their own homes. And I know at Inova, we've been able to successfully house 27 women and their children since May. So there is good news. We are pulling together, but absolutely, you're correct in your assumption.
Councillor, you're good?
That's great. Thank you. Well, it's not great, it's sad, but I appreciate the delegation's information on this and coming before us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Helmer.
Thank you. Through the chair, I wonder, my question is, I think for city staff, there's a couple of ideas that have been suggested by the delegation around the I Step Forward training, asking boards and commissions to do training about men's violence against women. And I wonder where would those ideas go? I think they seem good ideas to me. The I Step training, I think, is very good in many ways, but reviewing it, I think, is a good idea. So I just wonder if Civic Administration want to respond to those two ideas.
Why don't we take that back to staff for their thoughts?
Your Worship, if I could refer it to Ms. Wilcox, she has been working across the corporation on these issues, so I'd like to refer that to her, please.
Ms. Wilcox, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. So a lot of, we've continued to collaborate with the sector and actively collaborated with the Coordinating Committee to End Women Abuse. So there is a table there to have these conversations and work through building out the framework and the foundation for the three-pillar framework, and to also address the ideas that have been put before you this evening. Another avenue is we are very actively working with the community table around the UN Safe Cities program. So we are preparing to bring that forward to committee early in Q1 of next year. So I think there's a way to do that work as well. Some of these items are also covered off in our strategic plan and under the implementation plan that we have for creating a safe London. So I think I would continue to be working with the sector and also our Safe Cities partners, as well as across the organization, to ensure that we are acting on these recommendations.
Councillor Hummer.
And just on the two specific issues around training, both the I Step Forward training and encouraging the city boards and commissions to have some kind of similar training, where are those ideas going to go?
Ms. Wilcox.
Thank you, and through the chair. The I Step Forward program is something that we have been collaborating on, and we would certainly undertake a review through an intersectional approach and how we might look at altering and amending, improving that training to ensure that it does include an intersectional approach. We do work with the boards and commissions through, whether it's through Safe Cities or through our sort of work across the corporation. And so that is part of the work that we do, but we would also be happy to report back on that and what that looks like and where we're headed in 2021.
Councillor Hummer.
Thank you. I had a question through the chair to the delegation. The fully funded services recommendation mentions making sure that people are being paid a living wage. And I wonder, across all the various agencies that are working in this area, what we think the financial impact of bringing everybody up to a living wage, the funding is there to support that within the organizations, and what you think that might cost. Like a ballpark would be helpful.
To the delegation.
Okay, so this is Danny. I think that probably our agencies don't have it in their budget to do that off the bat, but I think that it's on funders and the government at all levels to start funding programs at that level, and so that we can start to sort of appreciate and acknowledge the amount of effort and care and what it takes to run these programs and do this work. And so for sure, our funded agencies are the, least paid and hardest working folks right now. And so if we don't start to fund at a living wage or above, we're going to see compassion fatigue and folks having to move on to other work, and then we're going to be in big trouble.
Councillor Hummer.
Thank you. That's it for me in terms of questions. I think making sure we're acting on those training ideas in particular, I think is something we can do right away. And I'm glad to hear the reply from Ms. Wilcox. I did want to say that I know that the pandemic certainly had impacts across all areas of society and the economy, and I think we have to be clear-eyed about what those are. But in some of the discussion here tonight, I think we're kind of letting the abusers off the hook a little bit, which is, the reason that there's violence against women is because men are perpetrating the violence against women. So I don't want to let them off the hook for what they are doing. And I think we have to realize it's not because you can't eat inside a restaurant that men are abusing women. There's much more deep-seated problems and personal responsibility to those individuals. And so I just don't want it to sound as though, the responsibility really rests somewhere else other than with the men who are perpetrating the violence in the first place. I think there's lots of things we can do to make things better. And I think a harm reduction approach is the right kind of approach. But I think we have to be clear about where the responsibility lies.
Thank you. I have Councillor Van Hulst back in, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And so maybe I'll follow up on a question that was inspired by Councillor Helmer's comments. Are we seeing more of the same individuals reporting more consistent abuse, or are we seeing abuse happening in families where that never happened before?
To the
Megan,
delegates,
and I
please.
Okay, it's Megan. And so the issue is that the pandemic is not causing the violence. Men exercise power and control, and a number of tactics continue to maintain having power and control over a woman. And those tactics can change and increase or decrease depending on certain circumstances. And so we don't intend to let men off the hook. But we do know that when a woman is isolated in her home with her abuser, and children may be in the background, little ones yelling and screaming, and the abuser is trying to, maintain or utilize new tactics to control the woman to, for instance, get the children to be quiet or things like that. We do see an increase in the level of violence committed against women. And we have, I can tell you at the London Abused Women's Centre, the experiences that women are sharing with us with respect to the violence they are enduring is so horrific. And for me, in my 20 some odd years in doing this work, I have never heard the consistent experiences of sexualized violence and violence against women and girls. And so it's a combination of more violence occurring and very difficult, horrific violence, that acts of violence that are occurring.
And this is Danny. With the coordinating committee members, we're reporting from both the courts and the police that we have a real problem right now with the fact that the courts aren't hearing cases. There's no place to send the abusers right now. They've let a whole bunch of folks out of jail that would have normally stayed in jail because of overcrowding and concerns with COVID. So there is a law and enforcement issue just around sort of logistics that are making it unsafe for women and girls. And you can imagine if you charge somebody or you go through the process and then they return home, you're unlikely to again seek the same kind of help. So it is definitely a logistics problem, puts it very lightly, but you can see that there also is a logistics problem with the court and the law system right now.
Councillor?
Yes, thank you. And I guess, my other concern is our talk about the living wage. When I was meeting with the Food Policy Council, we actually have had discussions with all our local MPs, and one of them was telling us that because of all the measures that are required, we're expecting the price of food for a family to go up $700 a year. So we're going to see a pinch there on people, which also may have an impact. So, we're feeling this from many ways, and my concern is that there's additional stresses. So it's very sad. I'm sorry to hear this, and I hope there's things we can do. And thank you for providing some avenues for us to make things better.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do want to take this opportunity to thank the committee to End Women's Abuse for this presentation and bringing awareness to council and keeping the conversation going. First of all, thank you for the work that you do in our community. I could not imagine you not being there and where we would be as women in particular, regardless of how old or how young we are. The need to keep this conversation going is very, very important. And I do support the 3 pillars, and glad to hear that there is a task force that you are working with city staff, and that we are going to hopefully receive a report on our Safe Cities program that will be incorporating some of these ideas and suggestions. So thank you to Councillor Helmer for asking that question. That was sort of, where do we go from here? Having a conversation is one thing, but doing something is another. And we need you there to keep that conversation going and not normalize violence against women. It's something that regardless if you are male or female, it should not be accepted. And just again, thank you to the committee for the sobering report.
Sobering indeed. Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Colleagues, I have no one else on the speakers list, and if you will look in front of you, what we have here, as far as broad direction, noted that the SPPC heard a verbal presentation from Megan Walker, Jesse Roger, and Danny Bartlett, Coordinating Committee to End Women Abuse with respect to proposed pillars to create a safe London for women and girls. I would look for a motion without anything to the contrary to proceed with that motion. Is there a mover? Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Pelosi. Any other comments or questions? Well, then we'll call the vote on this, please.
Your worship,
Yes.
I believe I seconded that motion, and it says Councillor Lewis.
It certainly was you, Councillor Pelosi.
Councillor Van Meerbergen? Closing the vote, the motion carries 14-0, and I will ensure that seconding is corrected in the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. But a special thank you to Ms. Bartlett, Ms. Roger, Ms. Walker for a powerful presentation today. It doesn't end with this, but it was very powerful and very helpful, and we're honored that you would, as Councillor Hopkins indicated, keep this in front of us to ensure that the actions that we take represent what matters in the interests of creating a safe London for women and girls. So thank you for that. Colleagues, I'll turn your attention.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you all. Colleagues, I'll turn your attention to schedule item 3.2. I'd like to thank our next delegation, Mr. Yo and Ms. Wilcox, for your thoughtful patience as well. And we're going to turn that over to you. You have 5 minutes, and we'll see where that takes us as well. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you all for the opportunity to be before you this evening. Since our appointment at the end of April, your interim board has been working diligently with LMCH administration to strengthen our organization and to provide safe and affordable housing for more than 5,000 Londoners. Over the past 8 months, our attention has been focused on the following: hiring an interim CEO for the organization, ensuring our buildings are cleaned and sanitized for COVID-19 mitigation, reviewing and approving capital and operating budgets, reducing vacancies and improving unit turnover, refining and updating key performance metrics to guide decision-making, establishing a tenant advisory committee, reviewing and approving the organization's first asset management plan, establishing new policies for code of conduct, remote work, and communications, hiring a new director of assets and property services and a security manager, and officially commencing the regeneration of one of our sites to improve housing options for our tenants and to build additional capacity for more affordable housing. As board chair, I'm pleased with our work to date, and I wish to thank the LMCH senior leadership team and all staff for the dedication to moving our organization forward. With the appointment of your interim board, one of the principal issues we were charged with was conducting a governance review with recommendation for council's consideration as shareholder. We're here tonight to inform you of the results of that review and that we're indeed making some recommended changes to the board of the London Middlesex Community Housing. With the chair's indulgence, I'll turn things over to Rosanna Wilcox, who will present the findings and recommendations.
Thank you, and through the chair. As noted in the report before you, the terms of reference for the interim board of directors, as established by the shareholder earlier this year, outlines the authority and responsibilities and general duties of the board. This includes the duty of determining and recommending to the shareholder when and if a revised board composition is needed. So in order to address this direction and recognizing the importance and urgency of this direction, the board undertook a governance review which looked specifically at the qualifications of directors, the composition of the board, the appointment process, the term and transitioning from the current board to a new community-based board of directors. In terms of approach and methodology, the review included a review of relevant strategic and legislative documentation, leading practices in the sector, as well as stakeholder engagement. This information that was gathered was used to inform the recommendations that are before you today. In order to establish the current context and framing for this governance review, during the interview process, participants were asked to share their perspectives on the top challenges and priorities facing LMCH. These interviews surfaced many important themes, and these themes, as outlined in the report, established the principles and priorities through which this governance review was conducted. The report before you outlines a series of recommendations, a summary of which can be found in section G. At a high level, these include amending the qualifications of directors to reflect the range of relevant knowledge, experience, and expertise to guide the organization moving forward, as well as having regard that the directors of LMCH should reflect the diversity of the community that LMCH serves. Also, amending the composition of the board to include 9 directors, which would include members of municipal council, 1 representative from Middlesex County Council, 4 members of the community at large, and 2 tenants of LMCH. With regards to the appointment process, it is recommended that a subcommittee of the board be established to assist with the recruitment and nomination process. This subcommittee would be comprised of members of the board, LMCH administration, and members of the community. The recruitment and nomination process should be informed by foundational principles as well as the shareholder agreement and the board terms of reference. And it's also important to establish a comprehensive onboarding and training program that would support the new board once in place. And that program be grounded in the foundational documents that guide the organization. In terms of amending the term of the board, we are recommending that the board term be established to include various classes of directors, with elected officials serving a 4-year term and community and tenant directors serving staggered terms with a maximum number of appointments and a maximum of 8 consecutive years in total. And lastly, to support board and organizational continuity, stability, and knowledge transfer during the transition process, the interim board is recommending that 2 members of the current board serve as the first class of directors for a time-limited appointment of 1 year. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments or questions for the delegation? Councillor Squire.
Just comments on what I see as the 2 different areas, and the first area is the governance area. And I think one of the things, when I first became a councillor, I think 6 years ago, and names were brought forward to sit on boards, there really didn't appear to me to be any ability to see what experience people had, you know, what their strengths were, what their weaknesses were. And I think the previous council and this council have done a very good job in setting processes in place for outside boards where these things are evaluated. And the boards themselves have done it, coming forward and saying, we need people with particular expertise. And I think that's important in carrying this forward in the way that the interim board has, I think is a really good idea. I'm supportive of that. The second thing is that I think when I heard Mr. Yeoman very quickly go through the accomplishments of the interim board, I think it was important that that board have an opportunity to make some corrections from the point of view of vacancies, asset management plan that would be in place for the community board taking over. So, I also think probably the most important aspect of that is to have an interim director, general manager, whatever the title is, of London Middlesex Community Housing, who would go through that process with the interim board and be able to carry it forward to the community board. So ultimately, I think a community board is good. I think the governance changes are good. But I think the one thing I really want to commend the interim board is the work that they did. It's obvious they've done quite a bit of work to make changes, and I think they've left it now for the incoming board to inherit that and move forward with the various tasks and challenges, quite frankly, that London Middlesex Community Housing has. So I'm happy to support this.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Morgan.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I have just a couple of questions. The first is about the idea of tenants serving on the board. Certainly something that I'm very supportive of. However, I know that with condo associations and other boards where someone lives in the place that they also serve and make decisions on, that there can be some animosity between neighbors, even outright, potential bullying or pressure put on them. Do you have any concerns or any approaches to help support those who might serve on the board from a tenant capacity to ensure that they're able to represent the views of the tenants well without facing any unexpected uncomfortable situations with their neighbor groups?
The delegation, please. Mr. Yeomans, Ms. Wilcox.
My apologies. Thank you, and through the chair, thank you for that question. When we did a scan and looked out into the sector in terms of tenant representation on the board, many local housing corporations include tenants, and when we looked at the themes and sort of the principles and priorities that guided this review as were surfaced during the conversations with interviewees, it was really important to think about how to include lived experience on the board. And as an organization that serves thousands of Londoners, it's really important to ensure that the perspective and the experiences of tenants within the LMCH communities are included as part of that governance process. Thinking of the board, and it is outlined in the report that part of that process will be ensuring that that the board, once in place, does some work to consider how to balance the various experiences and expertise and identities of each individual board member to ensure that everyone feels like they have a voice. In terms of ensuring the safety of those tenants that are serving on the board and managing the relationship within their communities, I think we do also have, and it is new to LMCH, with a new tenant advisory council. So the purpose of that is to also provide a mechanism for tenants to share their thoughts and experiences. And so I think that also provides an avenue, and that perhaps the individuals who serve on the board as tenant representatives are also not there only to provide act as a tenant, but also to bring all the other various aspects of their experience and their identity to that role. One last comment would be that we certainly could look to that tenant advisory council to look at how we might support those tenants who are part of that board, and that would be a good place, I think, to start to have that conversation around how to better support those members.
I see that Mr. Yeomans also has his hand up. I wonder, did you wish to add anything to that, to Mr. Yeomans?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, Ms. Wilcox covered off exactly what I was going to add as well.
Deputy Mayor Morgan?
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate the commentary, and I will make clear I do support tenants being on the board. I'm just mindful of some of the challenges that they might face, and I see this on condo boards from time to time where tough decisions need to be made, and neighbors get very upset about other neighbors, and so I'm glad that you have the opportunity to turn your mind to providing supports for tenants as they serve in important roles. The other question I had is, and you mentioned it briefly in your presentation, is the staggering of the roles. So is the goal here to ensure that there is always experience on the board? I think to the hydro board, for example, where the goal is to also not have a full board changeover at any given time. And so I'm assuming what you're translating with the 1-year term and then the other classes is that you want to make sure that there's always someone who's been on the board a number of years, rather than having a straight outright turnover, say with the end of a term of council. Is that correct?
Delegation, please.
Through your worship. Through your worship, that is exactly what we're intending with this, is to ensure that there's proper continuity for the corporation going forward, to make sure that expertise and knowledge does get transferred through and we don't go through a wholesale turnover. We're particularly mindful of that with the current situation with the LMCH as well. As through the council's review of the recommendations, if council is supportive of what's being proposed, we'll return through civic administration with the parameters of what that will look like to provide greater details.
Ms. Wilcox, do you have anything to add to that?
No, that covers it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Deputy Mayor Morgan?
Yes, with that, thank you for the answers. I really appreciate the work that you've done on pulling this report together, and thank you for answering my questions today.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, first of all, my thanks to the interim board for all the work that they've done on this, and not just on this, but the progress that we have made at London Middlesex Community Housing over the last several months as you've been the interim board. It's been really clear, certainly in reports that have come through the Community and Protective Services Committee, the progress that has been made. I'm really supportive of what you're going with in terms of the direction of the future public board here. Because when I provided my feedback, I was not very diplomatic about it. I said, first and foremost, London Middlesex Community Housing is a landlord situation where we have to make sure that our properties are well managed and our assets are maintained. Because I've seen and heard far too many stories about the condition of some of our units. At council, recently I referenced the broken elevator at 632 Hale Street and the issues that challenge presents for the tenants there. That was fixed. I appreciate that. We have to keep our assets in good shape. This is one of the really key things that we fund as a city, along with our partners in Middlesex County. So I'm glad to see that there's a little bit of an increase in terms of the elected official representation there as well. But I'm especially encouraged by the recommendation for including 2 tenants. Like Councillor Morgan, I think this is the best way actually to bring lived experience to the board. And I appreciate the comments about developing the board and providing training and helping them on board so that they get to understand all of the roles, that their role on the board will not just be as a tenant, but that they will bring all of their experiences and strengths to the board. So I really appreciate Ms. Wilcox mentioning that component of it when she responded to the councillor's questions. I also think it's really wise to stagger these board appointments so that there is some institutional memory carrying along as new board members join. So I just want to say great job. I think that this is really a positive step, and look forward to seeing who steps forward from the community to offer to serve on this board.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks to staff for preparing this report. It's good to see the progress that's been made, and I think it's really important that we move forward forthwith to get a new board constituted. The terms seem appropriate as recommended here. As my colleagues have already stated, I'm very supportive of having two positions on this board from residents. I think that's not inconsistent with any other board that where there might be residents. Councillor Morgan, Deputy Mayor Morgan identified the condo boards. It's a matter of course that residents would be on that board, and I would assume that the same should hold here as well. Skills-based boards are really important. I'm glad that the skill set has been identified clearly in the terms. I think Ms. Wilcox's response with respect to those skills, that there will be training for the board members. I think the challenge is that people might hold expertise in any of these specific areas, and so you're going to have these pockets across the board. Somebody might have a background in realty or labor relations, and somebody else might have a financial legal knowledge. The challenge will be to try and figure out how to round that all out once the people are on the board and have knowledge transfer from those people who have those expertise, so that it can be shared amongst the board members, and so that you don't have it held solely with one person. If you've only got one person who's got labor relations knowledge, then that everybody looks to that person when those discussions come up, rather than everybody having a good grounding in being able to understand those principles. So those will be really key. But I'm glad they've been outlined and identified and embedded here. One quick question or suggestion that I might have in number 4 at the end for B, the term for elected officials shall be 4 years. It's a small housekeeping thing, but I might recommend that it be for their term of council rather than for 4 years, because we're going to now see 2 councillors appointed. If it's for 4 years, then it'll go into a subsequent term. And that could happen should there be somebody who steps down at any point in their term and somebody else needs to be reappointed. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Hopkins, please.
Yeah, thank you. And through the chair to staff for the report, I found it very thorough, and I really appreciate all the information that you've provided us. And as a former member of the board, I appreciated the key findings that were found when I joined the board maybe 5 years ago. The challenges were very similar to the challenges that we're going to be faced with moving forward. So it's a question through the chair to staff as it relates to the strategic planning and the strategic plan that I know was undertaken a couple years ago. Will that strategic plan be updated, reviewed, and changed, or are we going to be starting fresh with a new strategic plan? Just a quick question for now.
Back to our delegation then, please.
Thank you, through your worship. So your interim board has made a conscious effort to not initiate a new strategic plan at this time. We did not think it was appropriate that we as a temporary body should be taking on a major change for the organization, looking at what the direction might hold for a few years to then box in potentially a future board. The current strategic plan does expire in 2020. So it will just continue to be rolled over into next year, but I anticipate that will be one of the key first new things that the new board will be working on that Ms. Wilcox identified as well in the correspondence.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. And if you could just maybe speak to how we are going to be more moving forward with the undertaking of the new board in terms of timelines and the interview process. When is that all going to be undertaken?
To the delegation, please.
Through your worship, so if council is supportive of the recommendations that are put forward tonight, based on the direction that would be provided, we'd like to bring that forward in Q1 for sure of 2021. I think that there is a good impetus amongst council and members of the public to continue to move things forward to return to a community board, and we'd like to see that occur as well. So I anticipate that'll be occurring over the next several months.
Councillor.
And I would assume through the chair that interviews will be done by the interim subcommittee board. I'm just want to understand who will be doing the interviews and other new board members coming on, in particular the community members and the two tenants. Specifically for the two tenants, because reading the report, it talked about the Tenant Advisory Council bringing in names, but I was a little unclear as how the board members would be interviewed or picked.
The delegation, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. With regards to the recruitment process, yes, we are suggesting and recommending that a subcommittee be established. This would include members of the current interim board as well as staff from LNCH, and we'd also be looking for some community members to participate in that process as well. And I think it's really key. One of the first tasks of that subcommittee would be looking at establishing a bit of a matrix that would guide the recruitment process and the nominations that would go forward to municipal council. So I think not all of those pieces have been finalized at this point in terms of how the interview process would be undertaken and such. Once following direction from municipal council, we would get that subcommittee up and running as quickly as possible and look to establish that process. In terms of the recruitment process, sort of proper of how that gets out to the community, we would be following processes through the city clerk's office, but we've suggested in the report that LMCH could help support in getting the word out. And I think there's also opportunity to work with the Tenant Advisory Committee to get the word out about the opportunities and have, we've seen in other communities where they've run workshops or drop-in sessions so they can, individuals can get information about what that might involve and all the great work that would be ahead for a member of the board.
Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, thank you for that. I know there's a lot more to be done here and really do appreciate the report. I'm very supportive of having tenants on the board. It's been a conversation for a number of years, so we are going to very supportive of that. And the staggering, we've been doing the staggering of board appointments for a number of years as well, and keeping that history and education and knowledge is very important on a board such as London Housing Community. It's something that is very important for the operation. And I just also want to mention what is also important, and it was suggested here in the report as well, is the training. I know the training, when we come on boards, we do training, but on this board in particular, the training is very, very important. So I just really appreciate the report and look forward to moving forward with this.
Thank you to staff. Any final comments?
I've made them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Worship. I'm very happy with this report. And I have one question, and thanks to my colleagues for asking excellent questions. You discussed this at the beginning. It was mentioned the successes that were had with the Tenant Advisory Committee. And I'm wondering if those were basically what's expressed here in the stakeholder interviews, or if that's something different.
The delegation, please.
Thank you, and through your worship. Just to clarify, to ensure I'm answering your question, Councillor Van Holst, are you seeking clarity around who was it the tenant advisory council that participated in the engagement sessions?
Yes, that's it. So I see the results of the stakeholder interviews, and I'm wondering if that is the same as the information you got from the Tenant Advisory Council.
Delegation.
Thank you, and through the chair. So yes, we during the process of stakeholder interviews that were undertaken, there were a group of tenants. I believe the Tenant Advisory Council, it is new, so they have just officially had their first meeting today. But I believe it was members who had indicated interest in participating in that advisory council, just given the timing of when those interviews were conducted. So yes, their feedback that was provided was rolled into the report that's before you today and as incorporated as part of the themes that you see.
Are we good, Councillor?
Yes, thank you. I wasn't aware that they had just met today, so and perhaps I misheard about that, but I was interested in what they had to say. Thanks again.
Thank you. Councillor Helmer.
Thank you, and I'm supportive of the recommendations to increase the size of the board, to shift the skill set matrix of what you're looking for and to stagger the terms. I think those are all good recommendations, and I'm glad that we're in a position to act on them now. I think it's taking some time to do the governance review, but I do think there's some urgency in terms of getting a new board in place and actually making these changes. I do have a question through the mayor to the delegation. And I'm not sure how relevant it is because obviously this is an interim board and I'm sure things have been a bit different now and in the recent past than they might be in the future or were in the more distant past. But one of my concerns when you're thinking about governance is the extent to which the board members are really a governance board or are being pulled into being more of a working board where they're taking on tasks that are kind of blurring the lines between staff and board members. And I have seen in some organizations where board members are really doing a lot of the work, and some of what I see in the skill sets that are being recommended raises some, I wouldn't say red flags, but maybe like orange flags that we might be looking at a kind of a working board. We're expecting people to bring a lot of very specific professional experience to the table and then rely on them instead of staff to manage core areas of the organization. So I just wanted to ask the question because it is a concern of mine. I think governance changes are good and we can make some adjustments there, but that's not going to solve a problem of, maybe we need to hire more people with specific skills to work in the organization full time and not just replicate the skill set on the board.
Comments from the delegation?
Through your worship, so that's an excellent question and excellent comments as well. It was top of mind as well when we were doing this review based on past experience. I can assure council that we're very fortunate at LMCH to have a very strong and robust civic administration that is actually growing and evolving as well too, and it's well structured throughout the corporation. So as your current board, as your interim board, we've been very much a governance board and have not got into working details of the organization and operational matters. We've been working on policy and strategic issues, which is what we think that this board should be tasked with going forward. We've been looking at the skill sets that we think would be effective for that governance piece that we have recommended before you. We will have committees that will work at a governance perspective as well that's recommended too. But it's very much to be a strategic governance board going forward, and that'll be a key part of the training that will be given for new members going forward to make sure that's very clear for roles and responsibilities.
Councillor Helmer?
Thanks very much.
Thank you. I have Councillor Caravaga.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really surprised that Councillor Helmer asked the same question I had as someone who was on the board before. That was an issue that, a lot of board members were taking on a lot of work. And so I just wondered if, I see that we're increasing the numbers of board members, but I wonder if this number is enough, because every board member had to sit on at least 2 standing committees that were meeting at different times. And it was just a lot of work and a lot of, there was a fine line between board member work and staff member work. So I have that concern that maybe having been on the board before, perhaps this number could be increased. I just wonder if staff can comment on that.
Let's ask our delegation then, please.
Through your worship, I'll begin, and then Ms. Wilcox, I believe, has some additional information to add. So an excellent question as well. And it's something too that we did contemplate when the recommendation came before the board last week as well, about the number of board members. We do believe that what's recommended before you is an appropriate number and is consistent with a lot of other local housing corporations as well. Just for the benefit of council's knowledge, your interim boards operated with a single committee of the whole structure for working through things, and we've managed to not be overly burdened with, as I mentioned, with operational matters to the degree that we couldn't function effectively as board members. We've all, of course, has members of the public that would be members of the board have day jobs as well, and have not had interference with those as well. So I'm pretty confident that we've got a good approach going forward, and that it'll be a good setup for the corporation.
Councillor?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the staff for bringing this report forward. I think that it wasn't easy having to be appointed to this board and bring things forward at this time, but I think it's important that we move forward and that we bring community back on the board. And I know that I have continued to follow up on this specific board to figure out what's happening. So I just wanted to thank staff for the work that they've done, and I look forward to seeing where this goes.
Thanks very much. I have no other speakers on the list, so I'm wondering if we could have a motion to receive this report. Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. We'll call the question. Oh, you have a question, Councillor Cassidy. When you wave that enthusiastically, it must be more than just trying to second. Please go ahead. What is your question?
I'm happy to second this, Your Worship, and I was just waiting to hear what all the comments from my colleagues. I don't want to repeat too many of them. I try not to repeat any of them, other than to say my thanks as well to staff and to add my compliments on an excellent report. We heard Ms. Livingston speak earlier about the stress and the strain that staff have been under due to the pandemic, and we can't forget that all of this work took place by these individuals that served on the board as interim directors during the pandemic, and all of them have other very, very full-time jobs at the City of London, in addition to the work that they've done here. So we can't forget that this excellent work took place under all of those circumstances. I do also want to caution, maybe not caution, but just remind everybody that this isn't a matter of a quick fix that we're going to, wave a magic wand and everything is going to be perfect. There's still a lot of work ahead, and the problems go back many, many years. And I do want to acknowledge that previous boards have done really good work and tried their best. And so I don't want anyone to think that somebody caused a problem and we're fixing it now. These are problems with our housing corporation that have, as I said, gone back many, many years, and to a large degree have been hamstrung by lack of funding. And I know that many on this council have only been on this council for a short period of time, but I speak as a body, as City Council as a body has to a large degree created some of these problems because of the lack of funding. And I know that our London and Middlesex Community Housing was one of the lowest funded housing corporations around. And so I know we have addressed that to a large degree in our budget, our multi-year budget, which we passed earlier this year. I can't believe it's just this year that we passed that budget. but in many ways that budget was groundbreaking. And I do thank this current council for being so supportive and seeing the challenges and the issues. And, you know, money doesn't fix everything, but it sure does help, and especially a situation like the one we're facing with London Middlesex Community Housing. So thank you to this council again for the funding that we all supported in the budget, and looking forward, happy to see this, that staff are so enthusiastic. Q1 coming back to us, building on the momentum, obviously, that they have built up with the work that they've done. And I'm looking forward to seeing more good work. So thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. I see no other speakers, but the clerk wants to speak. Go ahead, please, clerk.
Thank you. Through the chair, the clerk just needs some clarity as to the motion, whether it's just to receive the report or directing civic administration to enact the necessary documentation related to the recommendations. So what's before you in eScribe is just receipt, but if there's the additional steps, I just need that clarity.
So I'll go back to the mover and the seconder with respect to that, if we could, please, because that is more prescriptive than what is what we show on screen.
Thank you, Chair. It would be my intent to include the directions for civic administration to move forward with this.
Thank you. Would your seconder agree with that?
Absolutely, I agree 100%.
Nodding enthusiastically. That's very good. I see no other comments or questions. So with that, let's call the vote. And thank you for that clarification, clerk.
Councillor Morgan. Closing the vote, the motion's carried 15-0.
I'd like to thank Mr. Yeoman, Ms. Wilcox, and all of our staff who've been involved in this very important role. It really does matter as we move London forward. So sincerely appreciate it, and please pass on our sincere thanks. Colleagues, I'm going to turn your attention to the items for direction. We have 4.1. First is our governance functional review on Housing Development Corporation London. I might ask if Mr. Dickens, you're there, if you might open up with some comments, please.
Thank you, and through the chair, what you see before you is a report that we hope will illustrate that we're in a position to work from and build upon the good work that HDC and the employees of HDC have done over the last 5 years, and capitalize on that good work to move our affordable housing crisis and our response to that crisis forward in a very expedited and efficient manner. In previous years, in 2019, several housing reviews were completed. There were several recommendations stemming from those reviews. And what you see before you tonight is the conclusion of that review. We were asked to report back as civic administration with a recommendation of how to move forward with our affordable housing and housing services team, including that of HDC. What we're recommending in this report is that we integrate the work of HDC and its assets into the corporate municipal structure so that we can fully capitalize on our enterprise-wide approach that has proven to be quite successful in the last few months as we begin to implement projects such as our modular housing strategy and our rapid housing initiatives. The report outlines and makes requests to you as council that we take the time in 2021 leading up to Q2 to implement a successful transition plan that will allow us to make this integration very seamless. It will allow us to honor any and all obligations of HDC that currently exist and allow us to move forward again to address the 3,000 affordable housing units that we are desperately behind and short of in this community. This proposed step would allow for greater staff efficiency, a tighter span of control, direct communication and reporting to council. And while you will see in an annual shareholder report the successes of HDC and their staff, we feel that a lot of the projects have advanced quicker more recently with the appointment of a staff board. And while that board is temporary in nature, we see the integration of the team into our city structure to use an enterprise-wide approach to elevate the priority of affordable housing is the right next step. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dickens. Any comments or questions for Mr. Dickens? You'll see on page 117 4 recommendations that he has referenced. Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Your Worship. I support the recommendations and thank you for the report and for the successes that you've had. I guess I've got my one question is going to be regarding public engagement. How might that be changing? I know that I have one of our HDC properties in my ward, the Holy Cross School, and right now a petition of many residents who prefer not to have that development take place. Their concerns are that I think we're going to be placing all the people who with drug-induced psychosis in that place. They're worried about what we mean by affordable housing, and I'm wondering if we'll have a better opportunity to work with the community and in coming up with something that's valuable for the neighborhood and those people in need of housing. So for instance, say in this place, it might be a retirement residence for the people who want to live in place and age in place and have homes and are living alone in the area. That would be quite valuable. Something like an Argus Co-op would be good as well. I just want to know how the public's concerns being expressed might be different with a staff approach versus a separate HDC approach.
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, and through the chair. Certainly, half the battle in developing affordable housing is almost destigmatizing the notion that affordable housing means inferior, or those that need an affordable place to live are somehow at a risk to the community. And I think the councillor touches on a very important topic, and it's one that we've been focusing on as part of our rapid housing SWAT team. We've created a very specialized and focused, dedicated task team to work on our modular and rapid housing initiatives. And we have found that by incorporating city resources such as our communications team from the outset and every step of the way has allowed us to look at more effective and efficient ways to be proactive in our communication. That being said, the work of HDC is still status quo until we can implement and successfully transition their work into the corporate structure. So projects that are of immediate nature and are currently in the works would continue until we have a transition plan in place and we make that full transition. But I will reiterate that through the creation of our enterprise-wide task team, we've been able to effectively address, predict, and be proactive in our communication efforts. There's also the planning process, which all of these projects would still abide by and go through. And within that planning process is a commitment and a requirement to engage with the public in open and transparent dialogue. So having access to internal city resources in a very effective and efficient manner will certainly benefit us as we move these projects forward, knowing that we need to do it as quick as we can.
Councillor?
Yes, thank you very much. And Your Worship, this prospect of being able to develop housing is still very exciting to me because as a city, we have the ability to do things in a creative way that we might not see happen in from the public sector. So we can take some risks and try some new things, and that could be very helpful for London at large. Thank you. Thank you.
Colleagues, I'd like to bring to your attention as well that on the line, from the board is Craig Cooper and Steve Justicia, who's our CEO. They're in attendance. We're asking, though, that you direct your comments and questions to Mr. Dickens, if you would, please. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Reading the report, it's interesting, the recommendation. I suppose we knew something like that was going to come based on the KPMG report. I had a lot of challenges with the KPMG report, and I voiced my concerns about them at the time. I think this staff report recognizes some of those limitations, especially around the fact that it seemed to be predominantly focused on potential cost savings that might be associated with this and the financial implications, rather than the impact or the effect of being able to develop affordable housing and what models might be more appropriate. I have a few questions. I mean, one of the things that we were looking at earlier on was the targets and the anticipated rate of development that the HTC was going to be able to do, and whether that had been accomplished. And the second part was that what its future aspirations were too. In past reviews, when we've taken a look at it, they seem to have been moving forward with the plan that had been put forward right at the beginning, and that it was consistent, that it hadn't really deviated from that path. It was performing as we'd expected it to. So I'm wondering what's changed. In a 2014 report to council, there was a target of 675 units developed by 2020. So that ends up being a fairly good benchmark now, because we are at 2020 and the end of 2020. So I was wondering if I might, through you to staff, what has been the accomplishment over that period of time, over the 5 years? Have we been on target, or have we been off?
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, and through the chair, what has changed? I will start with that question. There's been much that has changed in our community. We've seen the funding system through CMHC and the federal government change, where they're through the National Housing Strategy as well, where funding can be provided to developers of all shapes and sizes, including nonprofit developers, directly, which is something that was envisioned that HTC would play a very prominent role in helping to facilitate that funding relationship, do a lot of coaching, incubating, and supporting nonprofits. Now, they certainly do that with some nonprofits, but there are others that have become quite mature in this game, and developers have indicated, and we see projects going forward in our community that don't involve HTC or the city. And we feel like that is one significant change in the system that has shifted the focus and the priority. When we talk about targets, the targets are certainly goals that we would like to surpass. The targets are also based on the funding that is available. In the original business case of HTC, there was expectation that HTC would be generating its own revenue, become financially stable and self-supporting. That has not materialized in the way that I believe the business case set out to do, which will have impacted their ability to reinvest in other projects. The targets are what we're able to fund and what we're able to accomplish. What we've recognized, though, in the last several months is that by bringing these supports closer to the city services, reprioritizing the way we work together, and taking this enterprise-wide approach, we can actually move forward several projects and surpass those targets in quick order. And I'll point to the 61 units that will be going up on the parcel of land at Baseline. The city transferred ownership of that land to HTC in 2018. And today we had the announcement that we will be putting modular housing on that property. So we feel that the targets have kept pace with the funding. However, there are many opportunities through this new proposed model that we would set out to accomplish to surpass those targets.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you. mostly answered the question, except how the targets have compared to what's been accomplished, which is kind of the core of that question. Perhaps, if I might, through your worship, just to Mr. Dickens, how have we done? Are we below, ahead, on par? Are we meeting what the expectations were when it was set out at the beginning?
Mr. Dickens?
Yep, thank you through the chair. So we are meeting those targets. And I will go back to say that those targets are not addressing our core housing need in our community. And those targets, as pointed out in some of the multi-year business cases, identifies that with significant increase in funding, those targets could be accelerated. So for example, achieving 150 units per year can be accomplished. Now, do those 150 units necessarily address those on our social housing wait list or those currently sleeping in embankments along the river? Some might, but not necessarily. And in the existing structure, prior to having a staff member as the interim board, those priorities, those projects, what gets in the queue and what gets mobilized would be subject to the direction of the community board and the third party organization. And we feel given our core housing need, we need to bring that control closer to the municipal structure. So we are hitting our targets, that is correct, but the targets are not addressing our need.
Councillor Turner?
Thank you. That segues quite nicely through you, your worship. Part of this was an assumption of cost reductions. By bringing it in-house, I mean, the anticipation was that that we would be leveraging existing administrative supports. But if I know municipal government, we've tried to put as much on different service areas as we possibly can. And the bandwidth to include new service areas and support new service areas is pretty limited. How do we assure that those supports can be happening? The second part in what Mr. Dickens's response there was, is that we have, the HDC allows a specific focus on affordable housing. Social housing and rapid housing initiatives and things like that are different channels of our housing strategies. And so the other concern is that by embedding this directly within the city, that we end up creating a competition amongst the different channels of housing rather than being able to provide them with discrete and individual attention to those different types. So one, how do we assure that the bandwidth for administrative support actually exists within the city without overloading a service area? And two, how do we assure that affordable housing maintains a focus, social housing maintains a focus, RGI and homeless prevention, and all of those things all have their streams without drowning each other out if they're all within the same service division.
Mr. Dickens.
Through the chair, thank you again for the question. So our experience has been through the dedicated SWAT team that we have in place for rapid housing that we have found very effective and efficient ways to move these projects forward. The goal of bringing HDC and their work and incorporating them into the municipal structure is that there will be a dedicated team. This will not be affordable housing off the side of anyone's desk. This will be a dedicated team. We will be working with existing resources to create those teams. Through the senior leadership team, we will make sure that the dedicated team is resourced properly with the expertise required, similar to what we have done with the industrial land strategy and what we're proposing to do here with the affordable housing strategy. Your comments about competition and recognizing the various streams, I feel that part of this KPMG review was to establish greater clarity and collaboration across the housing portfolio here at the City of London. And we've effectively done that through the ways in which we report back on our housing quarterly reports. We've been able to streamline our distribution of benefits to those seeking affordable housing. We've been able to support landlords through new and innovative housing programs without encountering a conflict. What we recognize is that we need to elevate the priority of affordable housing to the same level that we prioritize industrial land. And through a dedicated internal team, we're confident we can accomplish that.
Councillor Turner.
Thanks. I appreciate that too. We've had the discussions before about land banking, and it's in the report here as well, as land banking is probably a very essential component to ensuring that we can have access to properties for housing, affordable housing, and that today the announcement on Baseline Road was very much an example of being able to have access to do those developments. There are some legislative things that the HDC allows us to do that having it within the city might not be able to allow us to do. One of those is we have an elevated status in terms of access to surplus school sites. The city is a couple notches down on the access to those sites for purchase, for optioning on those. How do we address those kind of shortcomings, and are there other legislative challenges or benefits that the HDC give us that having it in-house don't?
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, and through you, your chair. Part of our transition plan will be targeting any outstanding items that we need to account for. Through our discussions at this point internally, we're confident that we're able to manage and accommodate any items that the HDC is currently delivering. We would also be able to deliver that. I will pass it over to our city treasurer, though, who may have more information to share specific to your question.
Ms. Barbone.
And through the chair, just to add to what Mr. Dickens said, was based on the list to have the legislative priority to school sites. Prior to the HDC, the municipality was in participating, and municipalities are listed as part of one of those. The HDC was technically a little bit higher, but the municipality is very, very close behind. So we would certainly be able to, through our realty department, participate in those opportunities, just as we did previously before the HDC was created.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you, and thank you, Your Worship, for indulging me. I do have a long line of questions, but this is pretty much the end here. The report here provides a general concept of the future state. When we went to the HDC, we had a business case and a pretty clear framework of what we were moving into. I'm less clear about what the next framework is here. I think what this report illustrates is what some of the challenges have been with the HDC and what a desired future state might look like. But I think some really key questions, such as legislative advancement opportunities that the HDC provide, what the goals and targets might be for having all this work within the house might be. I'm very reluctant at this point to dissolve something without knowing what the new thing is, and so perhaps through you to staff, Your Worship, how do we assuage those fears?
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, and through the chair, we are certainly taking a principled approach as part of this transition process and what's being recommended. When we look at our level of satisfaction with the state of affordable housing in the City of London and really understanding what affordability means and addressing our core housing need, I would be hard pressed to say that we're satisfied with where we're at. What we are recommending and key considerations that are outlined in this report are that we report back to Council in Q1 of 2021 with the implementation timeframe and with the details of this transition plan, that we're asking for your direction tonight to go and execute those finer details, which are extensive, you're correct. But we will make a commitment that we're reporting back in Q1 of 2021 that walks you through what this new model will look like. And our apologies in advance that this is a bit of a timing issue, but that is what we're proposing in this report.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you. So that's the challenge for me. I think one of the recommendations here is that the administration be directed to bring forward the necessary bylaws and documentation to dissolve the HDC. But without that component of knowing what the new entity is, we're kind of swinging from branch to branch a little bit without knowing what the next branch is. The business case that was given for HDC in the beginning had pretty much these timelines along, and then recognizing that there was going to be some upfront work where there wasn't a lot developed in the beginning, that they would start to accelerate, find their pace, and then move into the space of actually being the developer itself on a lot more occasions. And we're finding that what's happened up to date has been fairly consistent with what that business case has been. I think Mr. Dickens identified that there were some assumptions in the business case that that didn't come to fruition. And there were some other challenges. I think self-funding was probably one of those big things. And I think that's an absolutely valid point. At this point, I'll listen to my colleagues as well, but I'm rather uncomfortable making motions to start moving towards the dissolution of an organization when we have a lot of questions about what the future entity is and what its targets are and what its business plan is. I think once we have those, it makes absolute sense to do the swap out. But I think it leaves us a little unprotected for a little bit.
Thank you, Councillor. Excuse me, I think it's fair because this is a significant discussion. I might have Mr. Dickens if he wants to respond to any part of that, but then we have Councillor Lewis next on the agenda.
Thank you, and through the chair, there's not much more to add at this point, and we're happy to take more questions on this report.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I realize we've got a report on the floor. I think I want to start by actually putting the motion forward to support the staff recommendations in the report so that we can perhaps focus our discussion a little bit more. And we'll see if there's a seconder for that to get started, and then I have some comments.
Well, then let's see. Is there a seconder? Councillor Pelosa. Thank you. Councillor Lewis, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So through you, first of all, I want to again thank staff for the work on this. We have really been tasking our housing folks with a lot in the last few months, and they have risen to the occasion. Really exemplary work right across the board. I know that there's a big problem out there in the community, and people are frustrated with it every day, but the problem didn't appear overnight, and we're not going to fix it overnight. Everybody, though, is treating this as an all hands on deck sort of situation across the continuum of housing. And for me, that's why I can support this recommendation and have been willing to move it. I think it was Mr. Dickens who referenced the fact that this will not be off the side of someone's desk, but it will be much more integrated with the other components of action on housing that the city undertakes. And I think that's really important because housing is a continuum. There are a lot of different aspects to housing affordability. You know, and it even comes to us as members of council at the Planning and Environment Committee, where I know Councillor Turner, Councillor Hopkins and Helmer and Kayabega on the last committee put a lot of work into trying to get affordable housing units included in a number of plans that came forward from developers. So there's a component of this that is on us as well to continue to work with our staff in the planning department as well as housing. I do not share the same concern that Councillor Turner has, that we don't have the exact details of a plan of what will replace this, because I think it would actually be staff putting the cart ahead of the horse to come up with a very detailed plan, not knowing whether or not council's direction was to wrap up the HDC and bring it back in-house. It's going to take some work. They've committed to work on that very quickly and bring it back to us, and so I'm quite comfortable with that. There does need to be greater collaboration, and I believe through you, Chair, it was Mr. Dickens who addressed that a lot of the senior level of government funding models have changed in very recent timeframes. And I took the opportunity to reach out and talk to some folks in the development community over the weekend about this report to discuss their experience with the HDC and whether they felt that there was value in continuing. And what I heard was the HDC was a good idea, but the game has changed. And the idea no longer really meets our needs as developers in terms of helping move forward affordable housing. In fact, I heard from several of them, we can do this on our own now. We just need to work with the city staff to get things through because the federal and the provincial government have changed the funding model. So I think that there is certainly thanks to all those who've been involved with the HDC's work over the last few years, but I don't think there's any disputing that the game has changed. I think that other levels of government as well are putting a renewed priority on housing, just as this council has done. And I think that moving towards a new model where it's more integrated with the geared to income housing, with the affordable housing, with the rapid housing initiative projects that we're doing makes a lot of sense. So that's the reason for my support and move on this. And I will see what other colleagues have to say.
Thank you. Well, let's see what other colleagues have to say. I see Councillor Van Holst, but I'm not sure if that's an old hand raised or, but we'll bring you back in ultimately, Councillor Van Holst, as we hear others, as you've had one opportunity, but I promise we'll bring you back in. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question through you to Mr. Dickinson. In the past, I think one of the things that didn't happen or happen as effectively as we expected when HDC was created was the idea of collaboration and not integration, but sort of collaboration, cooperation with LMCH. And I'm not sure that happened. Would there be opportunities for that? Is there a need for that now that this would be brought in-house? I just want to hear his thoughts, Your Worship, on that.
Thank you. Mr. Dickens.
Thank you. And through the chair, thank you for the question. And to be clear, we're not looking to create a new corporate entity in this proposal and in this report. It's a service area team. It's a dedicated team that makes up part of our service area here at the City of London. What we have learned through this process is that there is a greater need to work better across the housing sector, across the housing system. That includes between HDC and LMCH, and it includes between the city and HDC and the city and LMCH. This report that's before you acknowledges that bringing this work in-house to a dedicated team that has access to an enterprise-wide support system that we've been able to model and deliver quick wins on already will allow us to replicate that for the work that LMCH has to do. Whether that be the LMCH public housing regeneration projects. Utilizing an enterprise-wide SWAT team will help us keep that project at the forefront and get the attention and the rapid response it requires from across the corporation. It also allows us to have a direct reporting relationship to council through the various standing committees, which is far different than an annual shareholder agreement. So we think that this move would improve the working relationships between LMCH and the city. And LMCH is a key delivery partner in social housing. And that is a stream that will not be in competition, but will actually benefit.
Councillor Cassidy.
Yes, thank you for that. And thank you for this report. It's I hear where Councillor Turner's coming from, but to hear all of the progress that has been made in this area, and I'm extremely happy to hear talk of the industrial land development strategy and using a similar approach, or at least even just bringing up the idea of industrial land development strategy in terms of housing. Do you see, through you, Your Worship, that kind of proactive, I would say even assertive approach that we're using with ILDS? Do you see bringing that in a very real way and not just an idea or a concept? I see a lot of benefit in bringing that mindset into the concept of affordable housing.
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you. Through the chair. That is what we envision. And the one thing that makes the industrial land development strategy work so well is that it is a dedicated, prioritized team, and it has access to an enterprise-wide support system. therefore, we feel that there's a lot to learn and to model ourselves from. And we also feel that affordable housing deserves that level of prioritization as well. We are in a significant housing crisis. Our Housing Stability Action Plan identifies that we are short 3,000 affordable units in this community. And given the impacts of COVID, that number may have gone up. So we need to get really deliberate about how we are going to focus our efforts and our priorities to accomplish these very lofty and audacious goals. And we should have audacious goals related to affordable housing. And the industrial land strategy has given us a lot of learnings and a lot of things that we can model ourselves after.
Councillor Cassidy?
Thank you, and thank you for those answers, Mr. Dickinson. I'm really heartened to hear that kind of approach and that mindset. I think Mr. Dickinson's right that we need audacious goals when it comes to affordable housing, and I do hope, just as with the ILDS, that the land purchases are very targeted and they're made to grow certain areas where we see industrial activity and manufacturers and those kinds of large employers coming to the city, and it makes sense for them to be situated in specific areas in the city. And I think that's another part of the approach that we really have to take with affordable housing. We have to target areas where the jobs are, target areas where transit is readily available. And so not just look for any kind of surplus land that might be somewhere that's not necessarily convenient for somebody that is seeking affordable housing. So I'm as I said, I'm very hopeful and optimistic. I'm liking this report, and I'm liking the responses that I'm hearing tonight. And I'm supportive of this recommendation as well. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Squire.
I just, through you, Mr. Chair, I really need to follow up because I've been here 6 years on what Mr. Dickens is talking about in terms of cooperation with London Middlesex community housing, because that's something I know this council and previous councillors have been hearing about basically since we started. About how different things were going to happen with London Middlesex community housing, how the HDC, in fact, I can remember one meeting where the head of the Housing Development Corporation and the head of the London Middlesex community housing stood at the podium and said they were joined at the hip. I'll never forget those words. We are joined at the hip in terms of us working together to solve the problems at London Middlesex community housing. And since that time, of course, and I'm going to say what's happened, we're talking about dissolving both of those boards. So I need you to, can you give me something a little more specific, because I'm sure you've thought about it, about how this new city area of affordable housing is going to help and assist London Middlesex community housing with their problem of aging properties that don't function very well for tenants.
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, and through the chair, the regeneration of public housing is certainly a significant component and part of the affordable housing portfolio. New construction, new builds, commercial conversion, and even the retention of affordable units in the system, which is one of our greatest challenges, are all parts of that portfolio as well. Through the creation of a standalone, dedicated, prioritized city staff team, focusing on how we advance affordable housing in the most effective and efficient manner, will allow us, by virtue of the work that LMCH has set out to do in their capital asset plan and in the multi-year budget, will allow us to expedite their work as well. In fact, using our SWAT team approach and our dedicated enterprise-wide support system will allow us to have LMCH bring those projects to the table, be addressed by internal experts, have the work dedicated and the resources dedicated to the specific aspects of the project, so that it's not a third-party corporation that's attempting to do this on their own and feed information back into the city, but it's actually a closer partnership with more open, transparent, and frequent communication. The work of LMCH ties directly to our housing services team. We have a housing services manager in Mr. Purdy who works with all of our social housing providers. We can do all kinds of work through Mr. Cooper's shop when it comes to eviction prevention and housing subsidies. We can explore opportunities with LMCH as it relates to modular housing and project management, or sorry, property management going forward. There are many opportunities that will lend themselves to even deeper and more meaningful collaboration through this process.
Councillor Squire.
All right, thank you. So that's a very specific sort of answer that I'm going to hold you to if we move forward with this, with the expectation that some of this is going to happen. And whether it happens in the way of a formal agreement between our housing area, the City of London, and London Middlesex Community Housing, or just these kind of projects. I think for London Middlesex Community Housing to survive and move forward, what you're saying really has to happen. So I appreciate hearing that. In terms of this report, I'm taking it with a grain of salt. I'm not going to sit here as a counselor and say, this is what I've been waiting to hear, because unfortunately, I think, with all due respect, I've heard it many times before. And I think part of the problem is sometimes we try to be all things to all people. Affordable housing could be anything. And I know that a lot of what I hear from in terms of people is the person, I'll give an exact description of a single mom with a child who has severe disabilities, who's working in a call center, working really hard, and having to pay for extra care for her child, and her rent is $1,200 a month, and it's infested with bed bugs, and she can't get the landlord to do anything about it. And I think those are the people that are really important. I'm not saying other people aren't important, but I think they get missed, and they feel that they're getting missed in what we are doing. So I think what's happened here is not that the concept, I don't agree with the report. I think the idea that the concept of a housing development corporation can't work is wrong. I think a housing development corporation can work. I think our housing development corporation didn't work. And I'm not going to get into all the reasons why I think that happened, except that I think it's time for action. And I think it's time that we actually start to see some meat on the bones of what we talk about in terms of affordable housing. I've gone to enough community meetings where community advocates have spoken out on the issue of housing, and the city just hasn't been there. Elected representatives have been there, but sometimes the people on the ground haven't been there. So I've been there on housing. I've been there with people at Habitat who do really good housing work. I know they're frustrated. And the reason that I'm probably not going to stand in the way of dissolving this corporation, because when staff comes to me or us and says, you know, we don't want to do this anymore, well, I'm not going to stand in your way from dissolving it, but I'm not going to congratulate you on it. So my expectation is that when this happens, we're going to hear very specifically about how we move forward on the different areas of affordable housing. I think the reports have been great so far to CAPS, but I really want to hear about the London Middlesex Community Housing moving forward, because I think there's going to be 2 councillors on that board. And I think those 2 councillors are really going to start pushing the City of London to help with London Middlesex Community Housing. So I don't think I'm going to stand in your way today, but this is not a happy day for me. You know, seeing something that was worked on and was made promises for 5 or 6 years now being dissolved, I don't think that's a good day for us. I don't think it's a good day for housing, so I'll leave it at that.
I had seen Deputy Mayor, I apologize, Councillor Helmer, I'd seen your hand up before. Did you wish to comment?
Yeah, I do. I'm not so convinced by this report either. And, you know, I appreciate the situation that Mr. Dickens is in. You know, he's trying to find a new way forward and an ability to deliver, you know, on an even more ambitious affordable housing plan. And I think first thing I want to say is, like, I think there's lots of different ways that you could organize this activity that would be effective. You know, I think before we had the HDC, we were trying to do affordable housing internal to the city. You know, we had that model before. And, you know, I think it was modestly successful, and there's lots of good things that came out of that way of organizing the work. I was convinced at the time that the HDC was being set up that there was advantages to setting up a separate corporation, have a different governance model, have an independent board that's looking after that organization, and really bring a very tight focus to the HDC. And I think that since it started up, you know, HDC has been pretty successful on a number of fronts, you know, especially when it comes to the depth of affordability and the duration of those affordability agreements. You know, when HDC was first starting, the 25-year term for those affordability agreements was pretty standard. And now we're getting agreements that are up to 50 years of affordability. And I think sometimes when we're just doing the simple counting of how many units were created, we're missing the bigger picture, which is, well, how long are they affordable for? Because that's a very big difference. And I think it's an output from the expertise, frankly, that exists within HDC. They are pretty good at negotiating with people about what kind of projects could go ahead and with what kind of support and for what kind of agreements on the proponents end. And I think that's actually been to the advantage of affordable housing in London. So I'm not really convinced that there's a big problem at HDC to the point where it needs to be dissolved. And frankly, I'm very skeptical about the value of disrupting everything with organizational change, like dissolving, moving things around at a time when we're trying to be ambitious in the delivery of affordable housing. Is now really the time to do that. So on the one hand, those are sort of my reasons for skepticism around the report. But you know, hearing Mr. Dickens weigh in, you know, reading the report from staff, it's also not clear to me that this current model is really well positioned to deliver on that either. There seems to be some friction and conflict between the sort of separate board and the city. I think the reorganization of the city's focus, like the internal reorganization to do the rapid housing task team, all that stuff sounds great, but that also can happen and has happened while we have a separate HDC. And so, you know, adding resources and putting more of a focus on affordable housing within the civic administration, I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think we are seeing some good results there, but it doesn't also convince me that, you know, we need to dissolve the HDC. So, I mean, fortunately, we have a lot of time between now and the council meeting. I don't think at this point I'm going to support the recommendation from staff. You know, I think Councillor Turner made a pretty good point. I went back and read that 2014 report. Said, here's why we want to set up the HDC. Here's the targets for a number of units. Here's the kind of funding that we're going to put into it. And basically that is what has happened. We've put in that amount of money. About that number of units have been built, and frankly, for longer periods of affordability. And where we've seen, you know, deviations from the initial business case, it's been about the regeneration of public housing, which has been stuck for a very long time, which Councillor Squire was talking about. And I think that is a problem. And then really the ability of HDC to bring in money from outside, you know, other sources of revenue, and build its own projects. And, you know, I think those are to be expected, I think, frankly, in what was always planned to be the startup phase of a 5-year sort of startup for HDC, because we're really just at year 5 for HDC. So, you know, I'm reluctant to go through all the organizational change of dissolving it, setting something up new. I'm assuming, and this is a question I have for Mr. Dickens, I'm assuming that based on the report that we're looking at basically bringing the FTEs or the equivalent inside to internal city resources. So we're not actually going to be losing any kind of staff capacity to work on affordable housing. It sounds like if anything, we might be gaining.
Mr. Dickens?
Thank you. And through the chair, the goal is to have a successful transition plan, as we've noted, set out and in place so that we can transition the work of HDC in-house. We're currently working with, and we'll be working with the HDC staff. We'll be working with our internal legal team and our human resources team to make that transition successful. So the goal is we do not take any steps backwards. This really is a forward-looking report. We do recognize that HDC has brought value to the affordable housing system, and we want to build upon that work. We recognize as well that the system, the landscape of affordable housing has changed. And the priority has grown even more severe. And we feel that using the good work of HDC and bringing them and integrating that work and those people into the corporate structure will allow us to really advance these projects in a far more efficient and effective manner.
Councillor Helmer?
That's it for me. Those are sort of where I'm at. I think I'll vote against the recommendation right now, but we'll see between now and council. Maybe I can be convinced.
Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, thank you. And through the chair to staff for the report as well. I was surprised to read the report and the recommendation of dissolving HDC, because I've been back and forth on this on a number of times, and it's been, you know, I guess difficult to make a decision where to go. And I recall back at a couple of meetings ago when we did talk about HDC, there was a comment about we shouldn't be throwing out the baby with the bathwater. Let's just wait and see and give it a go. But I also know that when we talked about housing in 2014 and we're talking about housing, affordable housing in 2020, it is a different conversation. There are different things happening, in particular with the funding, but also within the community and the work that the community is doing. And do we really need a community board? Can we go in-house? And to me, I don't see this as getting rid of HDC. It's going in-house. And I'm hoping that we will get a little bit more information as to how this transition will take place. But I'm sort of open to making sure that we don't get rid of the baby with the bathwater here. And that to me is what I would like to focus in on, even though I am tending to support the recommendation. That to me is going to be on top of my mind, that we don't get rid of all the work that we've already learned. I do have a couple questions and just a further comment. I know we talked about London Middlesex Community Housing and HDC and how that relationship has worked in the past couple years. And one thing I learned, that was a constant conversation and on the board on how do we work together. And there was always confusion. There was almost like a we competing against one another. And we were always told, no, 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 we're working parallel, working side by side and supporting one another. But, you know, there was a great deal of confusion to what we were doing. And the other part of the confusion as well was when we say affordable housing, what are we talking about? And we know community housing is rate geared to income. It's a different kind of a housing formula than affordable housing. And so it was always a challenge to make sure when we talked about affordable housing that we understood what affordable housing meant. And HDC also provided that sort of, you know, I guess separation. So I do have a follow-up question, because part of those conversations were around affordable housing and who's dealing with the units and how are we keeping track of these units. And as Councillor Helmer mentioned, affordable housing means different things. It could be different terms, different percentages from the market value, market rate at the time. And if we go in-house and understanding that there's going to be a transition period, is that what we can expect more of, a better understanding of affordable housing, not less, if we get rid of the corporation?
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, and through the chair. Certainly one of the primary objectives is a streamlined system. Direct, transparent communication, and very streamlined in the way that we work on the housing file. Becoming a standalone dedicated city staff team we'll be able to work across the different various housing and homeless prevention teams. We'll actually be able to better link our own city and council's priorities related to our quality by name list. Those that are experiencing homelessness in our community, our coordinated access system that works with vulnerable individuals in our community. So absolutely, one of the primary objectives is a far more streamlined, efficient system and not less. We want greater clarity. We know that speaking with the development community, they have confusion as well. And many have been outspoken about the ways that we can make this system much more effective and supportive of their endeavors. There are many developers that have shown an interest in affordable housing, and I think we have a role to play through this proposed course of actions to actually address some of their interests as well.
Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, and thank you for that. This may be sort of naive of me to ask this question, but why is that not happening now, that streamlining? Why can't we do the streamlining and the not impeding the ability to expedite projects? Why is that happening?
Mr. Dickens?
Thank you through the chair, and that's a great question. What we have seen through the numerous reports that have led up to this and the housing studies is that there has been some the coordination of the housing system has not always been in sync. We also have learned that through the creation of the HDC, it was to be a standalone third-party corporation with a community board that would enact a lot of projects on behalf of the city. Ultimately, what happens is that any corporation, and this isn't indicative of just the HDC, any third-party corporation and their board will determine what becomes a priority. They will set their strategic plan. And while that work should reflect the shareholders' interests, it doesn't always necessarily align as closely with our own internal priorities that we set. So I don't really have a clear answer for you about why it's not happening, other than it's been apparent to us as well. And we feel that what we're proposing and what we would like to do is remedy that. And I will go back to point out that we have a shortage of 3,000 affordable units and a range of affordability. Affordability, to your earlier comment, is very person specific. For some, it might be a shade above rent geared to income, and for others, it might be in the $800, $900 a month range. And so we need to recognize that we have to provide a range of affordability in these projects. So we feel that this plan will allow us to do that.
Councillor Hopkins? Thank you. Deputy Mayor Morgan.
Thank you, Your Worship. First off, I want to thank my colleagues for a really strong debate with a lot of excellent points. And I'm not going to repeat many of those points. What I will say is, on this issue, we have been presented with some very significant recommendations from our staff over the course of this debate on HDC. The most significant of which is before us tonight, and that is dissolving the HDC and bringing it in-house. And I will say, Mr. Dickens is making some very ambitious remarks about where we could go on housing, and that is important for us to consider. And I think, there are times, and certainly I have done this in the past, where we push back on staff and we challenge them to go in certain directions. And I think there are times when, we need to listen very carefully, especially when they're putting their names and weight behind a direction that they believe they can deliver on. And I am one to say, I have a lot of faith in the drafters of this report. I have a lot of confidence in our team at the city. I do have some questions similar to my colleagues have had on the direction, but at the end of the day, I would like to get to where Mr. Dickens is describing we can get to, and I have a lot of confidence in that team to get us there. And I think, to do that, we need to empower our staff by supporting their strong recommendation and make a final decision on this and move to the next step in the process, which is a long road ahead, but a really important road for the city. So I will be supporting the staff recommendation in full. I have a lot of confidence in the team to get us where we need to go. And I think this is a bold recommendation for our staff to put their name behind, and I'm gonna stand there with them and you know, be there along the way to get this job done.
Thank you. Councillor Lehman.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleagues for this good debate. I think housing is one of the most important issues facing London today. And with the challenges we have, it's important that we have this conversation. I wasn't here in 2015 when HDC was created. And since then, I think the sands have shifted. At that time, housing was not on the radar, I think, as much as it is now with the higher levels of government. And for us to make any real dent, we need their support in this challenge. You know, HDC, from what I've read and learned, one of the biggest impetus for creating that was, as was mentioned tonight, generating its own income, which was needed because we weren't getting that funding elsewhere. Since then, housing has definitely become a major challenge, not just for London, but now it's provincial, and the federal government have also increased their focus on challenge that London faces and cities across Canada. So as sands shift, and you know, we have to look at ways to deal with the circumstances at hand. Like in 2015, the city looked at HDC to deal with the circumstances at hand at that time. You know, I think the report has identified a couple of things. Obviously, the need has increased since 2015. Government funding models have definitely shifted, but also the complexity that we're faced with. And as been mentioned tonight, the different levels of housing, from rapid response teams to London Middlesex housing, to affordable housing, is a very complex problem, and very complex solutions are rising from this. Questions have already been asked regarding to staff's comments in the report about greater efficiencies in bringing this in-house, so I won't go into that with the staff. But also was mentioned in the report was that provinces and the province and the feds prefer to deal directly with the cities on funding issues. So I would like to ask staff to comment on that, and where that, you know, that piece was in the report, where was that coming from, and are they hoping to see increased funding with this new model?
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for the question. What we have heard recently from CMHC, they have indicated that municipality-owned lands and projects tend to score better on their rating system, on their weighting system. That being said, we know that as a municipality, we're a very secure partner to work with. I think what we have seen locally is that this council has made a very significant investment with taxpayer dollars into the housing crisis. And we hope that we have a system in place that reflects that same level of commitment. Certainly through the National Housing Strategy and the Rapid Housing Initiative, what has become very clear, and I've heard this from our partners, including HDC, is that those that are the most coordinated and get to the table first often get the funding. And we feel that learning from and utilizing, building upon the good work of HDC, really reprioritizing the way we treat affordable housing as a municipality will allow us to get to that table quicker and quicker each time, in hopes that we will receive more funding for this need. The need is great. We need to create more to address that need. So ideally, We will be aligned. We think we will be aligned with where we see our federal partners moving. And this new proposal will reflect that.
Thank you.
Councillor Lehman, are we good? I have Councillor Van Holst. You've spoken before, but I see no one else on the list. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I only had really the one question before. I've been a strong advocate for the Housing Development Corporation for a long time, but maybe I have some fatigue about that. So it's interesting to hear some of my colleagues' concerns about letting it go, and particularly the comments of Councillor Turner, I think are particularly valuable to think about. So I really kind of separate this into two things. It's where are our staff working on this? Are they better for working within the city or in a separate organization? And I think a separate concern is whether or not we keep an HDC on paper to use as a tool. And one of my concerns was that that brought up by Councillor Turner is that now we're lower on the list in terms of bidding on something like a school. There's a school a few hundred yards from me, and that'd be an excellent development opportunity for the city I've been waiting for. And I would be very upset if we lost out on that because we weren't first in line, and which I think the HDC almost is behind using it for a school. So I guess my question then is it possible just to keep that and have some members on staff as the legislatively required board members, and just have that to accomplish the things that we set it out for, as knowing that these things HDC can do, and it can't be done by a city. So my question is that a possibility?
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, and through the chair. Certainly that's a conversation we've been having with our legal department, and that will be a key component of this transition plan, is to identify items like that and put the necessary action plans in place. It's actually a recommendation that has come forward as part of our functional review. And I will note that the functional review that we conducted over the course of the fall, involved the direct input from HDC, staff and leadership. And what you're recommending is also a suggestion that came from HDC. So we will continue to work with our legal representatives here at the city. Again, we want to make sure that we are looking forward and putting the best model in place to address the need. Addressing the need is the key here. And that's certainly up for consideration.
Councillor Van Holst.
Okay, well, thank you. However, our motion is to ask you to come forward with is the direction to dissolve it. So how do we reconcile that in our vote?
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you. And through the chair, if I might call on my colleague, Mr. Card.
The present plan, Your Worship, is to move towards dissolving the corporation, but only after all the loose ends have been tied up. So the next step is to prepare a transition plan. And once we've moved through that transition plan and have taken care of everything that needs to be taken care of, then we will consider the advisability of either immediately dissolving or trying to repurpose the HDC.
Councillor?
Okay, well, thank you. As long as we're very clear about that, because you can see that a number of councillors have concern, and we still think that our initial decision had value there, and we like to keep that value. So I guess I'm fine. I guess it would be fine voting either way on this, but when that report comes back, we'll be very interested in what the determination was about holding on to that or simply dissolving it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kebauer.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to ask because I do understand the ideas in this report and why we should support this, but given the time that we've waited to receive this report, I was under the impression that we were going to get a report that provided us with alternatives. And this report doesn't provide us with the alternatives. It just provides us with one direction to take. And I'm just curious to know, since the direction was to provide us with different alternatives, I'm curious to know what are the other alternatives that we can take other than dissolving HCC.
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, and through the chair. It's a good question. I suppose the other alternatives would be to consider not receiving this report or not accepting what is being proposed, and certainly staying at status quo. However, we feel that based on the length of the previous housing review that has gone on longer than 12 months, the significant changes that have occurred in various leadership positions that got us to this point, we feel it's very important to conclude this review and present you the best option we feel for moving forward. And that's why we have outlined in this report this option.
Councillor?
Thank you. I don't think, through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think that answered my question. My question was that the direction that we had taken was so that staff can provide us different options that council could consider. And that's not the case right now. The case is that we move into the direction to dissolve HDC, and that doesn't really give us an informed decision, in my opinion. I understand the arguments to support this and it has merits, but I want to make sure that this is not a quick decision that's gonna impact us in the wrong way. I do understand that we do need to find a way to be at the forefront of providing affordable housing, and I support that. I just wonder I want to see more options. I want to understand what the alternative would be if we were not dissolving HDC, and what are the impacts as well on HDC, because we can't even hear from the staff at HDC to have the dialogue around how this is going to impact the work that they do. So we're just receiving this report, and I'm having a hard time making that decision because there is no other alternative to choose from. So I'm reluctant to support the report so far.
Thank you. I have Councillor Lewis next on the list.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to be really brief because I listened to Councillor Van Holst, and I want to make sure that both his understanding and all of our understandings are really clear, because I'm pretty sure I heard staff say that dissolving HDC is really not going to create any significant barriers to us still acquiring school surplus lands, that we are, in fact, as a municipality, still one of the priority bidders, I guess, for lack of a better term, when school surplus lands become available.
Mr. Dickens, can you answer that?
Thank you, through the chair. I'll actually pass that over to Ms. Barbone.
Ms. Barbone, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm just trying to find the regulation that states out exactly how far down. There's only a couple of items that are in between the regulation that is above the city that is not typically, we've never seen in the past. So although they may be in priority status slightly lower, there's very little between what the HDC would have an advantage of with the status that the city would have as a municipality to acquire the school sites. Typically, a lot of the discussion through the realty department has been directly with the school boards when sites are coming due, and to have that opportunity. Certainly, we have acquired school sites through that on numerous occasions previously. So I do not foresee that to be any barrier in terms of the difference in the regulation in terms of what priority status the municipality has.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to be really clear on that, and I certainly I don't need the treasurer to go line by line over the different priority statuses. I think the important thing for folks to understand here is not having the HDC is not going to mean that we are going to lose out on surplus school sites to a private developer outbidding us for something that wouldn't be necessarily affordable housing. That we're still going to have, we're still very, very, very high up the list when it comes to who gets the opportunity to get those lands first. I have a school that's actually being demolished in my ward right now because we've acquired that land and it will be repurposed. We'll have a public engagement on that next year. But I just want folks to understand that you don't need to be afraid of losing school surplus lands if we take this step tonight.
Thank you. I have Councillor Hopkins back on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to be clear as to what we are doing here this evening. And I'm sort of back and forth on this constantly. And I just want to make sure because it's an important conversation that we're having here about dissolving the HDC. And by supporting this recommendation, are we just saying that we are going to ask staff to come back to us with a transition plan and that we are not dissolving the HDC at this time? So once the transition plan comes back to council, we could have that conversation. And in a way, I want to follow up with Councillor Cowabalga's question because there was direction given for alternatives, and maybe this is an opportunity that we can have that conversation with the report coming back to us as to are there any alternatives and the suggested plan going forward and understanding it a little bit better before we dissolve it, because as much as I want to support this recommendation, I can hear the direction coming from staff that this is going to be a better way to do things now that things have changed. But I'm still a little unclear as to the process moving forward. I don't think we should be pushed or rushed into making these decisions if council overall is not comfortable.
I'm not sure if that's for Mr. Dickens or Mr. Card. There was a couple of parts.
Mr. Card, maybe?
Mr. Card, do you want to give that a try?
Yes, Your Worship. The direction that we received from the council is set out in the executive summary. And it does anticipate that there would be a recommended course of action in the report. And as Mr. Dickens has indicated, the recommendation is that we proceed in the direction of dissolution. And I think that is the intention. But in between now and then, really it's a question of timing. We need to address the loose ends, as I said before. And until we've done that, and we see that we can address all of the requirements through the transition into the city, we won't know whether or not it's time to dissolve the HDC or whether in fact it should be preserved for some other purpose. So if we found that we were not able to wind up the business of HDC as anticipated, and there was still some other possible use for it, and I can tell you I have considered there may be a couple of possible uses for it, and I don't know that we need to get into those here, but it's not necessarily a done deal. We're just giving you our best recommendation based on what we see at the moment. And as Mr. Dickens has said, we think we can do these tasks more efficiently in-house, basically with more priority and more oversight internally than we can give it in the present arrangement. And so now we set upon the task of trying to move everything over and making sure that the commitments undertaken by HDC are going to be fulfilled by the city and are capable of being fulfilled by the city. So that's the way we see this coming forward. And hopefully that answers the councillor's question, Your Worship.
Councillor?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to turn the chair over to Deputy Mayor Morgan.
Yes, I'll go to Mayor Holder.
Thanks, colleagues. One thing, I've been silent to this point as I've heard this debate, and I remember when this was debated at some length previously. And the primary thing I need to say to remind us all is that 3,000 affordable housing units are needed in the City of London. That's a massive number. Colleagues, I think we have a moral obligation to support those less able to care for themselves. 3,000 units. The question we need to address, I think, is the current plan working? I think KPMG was pretty clear when they told us it was not. So we've come up with, through the city, our staff have come up with a very specific and clear recommendation with some flexibility in there to do the right thing and do the smart thing. And it's not all aligned and carved in stone, we get that. But I think there's got to be an opportunity for us to see what the only measurable in my mind that has to happen, 3,000 affordable housing units in this city, and in a fairly quick order. We have some opportunities at senior levels of government like never before to do this, but the time is now. Thank you. I will pass it back to the Deputy Mayor.
I'll turn the chair back over to the mayor. I have no one further on the speaker's list.
I have no one else on the speaker's list either. So with that, I'd like to suggest we call the vote.
Councillor Van Meerbergen, Councillor Turner.
Your worship, I'm just waiting for the voting on my screen.
Thank you.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 12-3.
Thank you, colleagues. We have, thank you for that and the thoughtful discussion. We have two more issues. One is the 4.2 item for direction, which is deciding on 3 award nominations in the Diversity, Race Relations, and Inclusivity Award category. And then the second part is an added relating to Protocol London Police Services business plan timelines, and something that we've been directed and requested to sign. And I'll be asking one of our police services members, Councillor Helmer, to speak to that. So unless there's a need for a 5-minute pause break, I'd like to just work through this. Are we good to do that? Do I have any objections to that? I don't see any, so if I turn your attention then to 4.2. Colleagues, we have 3 nominations for awards, and in addition to that, we have an added item, which is the report to the community. So what I'd like to do is just read those to you. We have, in the category of not-for-profit, 49 or fewer employees, we've received a nomination for employ, social community services. In the area of youth, young adult groups, organizations less than 26 years of age, we have the Guru Nanak Mission Society. And in the small business and labor category with 49 or fewer employees or members, we have nominated Melanated View Open Tabs. So that paperwork's in front of you and been in front of you. And I wonder if someone would like to make a motion to support these categories. Deputy Mayor Helmer and I would be honored to second that. So with that, Any comments or discussion, colleagues? I would like to, Councillor Kayabagi, I'm sorry, yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to comment on the nominees and just congratulate them for the work that they do in our community. I know that a lot of them, especially for the Guru Nanak, they do a lot of it on volunteer-based level, and they're very committed to supporting and caring for the members of our community. I've had the opportunity of meeting with them. I've had the opportunity of supporting some of the work that they do. They have provided food during the pandemic to a lot of people who needed hot meals, and also Employ as well, which is an organization that focuses on helping newcomers find work opportunities. I just want to congratulate every single person in this category for the work that they do.
Thank you. I had Councillor Van Holst, not sure. No. So what I'd like to do, if I might, is turn the chair back over to the Deputy Mayor, please.
Yes, I'll go to Mayor Holder.
Thanks very much, colleagues. I'm familiar with all, certainly with Employ, and the great work that they do, and with the Guru Nanak Mission Society when they were distributing, continue to distribute food to our most vulnerable. And Melanated View Open Tabs, I know Jen Slay well, and I will tell you that I think all three of these organizations are absolutely deserving of our support. So with that, I will turn it back to the Deputy Mayor.
And I will hand the chair back to the mayor. I have no further speakers on the list.
So with that, colleagues, it being moved and seconded, I would like to put this to the vote, please. And as I do that, we misspoke slightly. There was not an added community report, just these three nominations, just so you know what you're voting on.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thanks very much. The final item comes in under deferred matters and additional business, and it's the police services business plan timelines, requesting that this be signed by the mayor. I'd like to turn it, if I might, please, over to Councillor Helmer, who is also a member of the London Police Services Board, to speak to it, please.
Sure. Well, I'm happy to move the recommendation. I think it's explained pretty clearly in the materials that were included along with the letter from the chair of the London Police Services Board, Dr. Sakara, and the chief, Chief Williams. This is actually something that I didn't support at the police board meeting, but I'm putting it on the floor here because once our board's made a decision, I have no problem bringing that forward to council to get council to do the other side of the change, which is what's being asked here. So this is essentially adjusting the business plan timeline, which has been delayed significantly, like we've seen with many other organizations, delayed by the pandemic, and trying to line it up on a sort of ongoing basis with the 4-year budget cycle. And so that's really what is being asked for here. We do need to make some changes to make that actually happen, though, in the long term, and this is sort of the execution of that.
And do we have a seconder for that? We have Councillor Cassidy, who coincidentally is also a member of the London Police Services Board as well. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-1. Thanks very much, colleagues. Before we adjourn, we heard some comments earlier tonight about the status of our members, our staff, who we know are dedicated. We know they're committed. We know they work hard. We also know they're tired. I think a lot of Londoners are tired. But we've certainly put great demands on our staff. And yet through things like that, you know what they've done is they've, internally within this building and elsewhere, they've helped organize the city's ongoing participation in the Business Cares food drive and consistently doing things to assist with others. And they may be tired, but I got to tell you, there's no group more deserving of all of our thanks. So if I may, as this is our last committee as PPC and meeting that we will have, I believe, before Christmas, as I look to the clerk, can I wish everyone throughout this holiday season and Christmas, wherever your travels take you, which I hope will only be in London, may I just wish you all safety, and to all who are out there listening on behalf of our City Council, our heartfelt, sincere best for the holiday season, and stay safe. It's we're getting through this, and it's been a challenge, but we're doing it together. So thank you all. I'll look for a motion to adjourn the meeting. Councillor Van Meerbergen, seconded by Councillor Pelosa. Let's do a hand vote on that. So if you light up, please, your screen. All those in favor? And if we can't see you visually, put your visuals on, please, on the screen.
The motion's carried.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, meeting adjourned.